How's it going, chat? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome on in. Hopefully you guys are doing fucking fantastic out there. Yeah, so, chat, it is Friday today. We are back with yet another stream. I think, what was it, yesterday? Yesterday was Christmas, right? It was fucking December 25th. Yeah, that's crazy. I feel like, you know, I don't know why, but to me, Christmas was like a couple days ago. I feel like it happened a little while back, and then it was over, and then like the rest of the week I was kind of just chilling. But yeah, my perception of time is all wonky, all weird. Doesn't really correlate to reality. But yeah, hopefully you guys out there enjoyed your week. Hopefully a lot of you out there got to, you know, have like the week off, or maybe a couple of days off at the very least for the holidays. I know that some countries out there, some different places out in the world, they do not celebrate Christmas. So if you did not celebrate Christmas, if you did have to deal with like school or with work or whatever, I hope you guys had a very, very easy time with it, and you know, you were able to not be too stressed out during this past week. But yeah, chat. So we have quite a few things to talk about, and you know, what I'll do is I'll kind of start off by giving you guys a little bit of a recap of how my week has been, and then we're going to just chit chat about things that, you know, have been kind of on my mind recently. Not really anything too like serious, nothing too important, but just, you know, random thoughts that I've been having as we, you know, kind of get closer and closer to the end of the year, right? So, okay. Before we dive on into any like storytelling or whatever, chat, I did want to share this with you. So while I was, you know, kind of offline, while I was not streaming, I was looking into kind of making a little bit of like a small change on my you know, streaming channel, right? With my stream setup and everything, making a small change. And basically the thing that I was like looking into was, you know, I have like, for example, I have a friend of mine who is a Twitch streamer, small time Twitch streamer, and you know, they basically draw a lot of artwork on stream, right? That's kind of what they do. And you know, I remember watching their streams in the past, and you know, when I would watch their streams, basically I would notice that like anytime that they spoke, anytime that they would say something in their microphone, the, you know, volume of other things, including background music, including games or whatever, right? If they were playing a game hypothetically, all of that stuff, it would, you know, basically just like lower the volume, right? So what it would do is it would kind of prioritize the microphone. It would make sure so that, you know, when the host of the stream was speaking, that you could hear them, and that there was not like, you know, major overlapping audio, right? So I wanted to kind of do something similar to that with my streams, because I feel like there are some times where, you know, I look at OBS and maybe potentially the volume of the microphone is not that much different compared to, you know, the volume of background noises, right? So I was like, just in case, let me see if I can implement this type of system into my streams. And I figured out what it was. I figured out how to, you know, get that installed, get it working on my OBS setup. So I think that moving forward, right, especially whenever I play games like Omori, like you know, Elden Ring, any game out there, anything that I stream on my channel, you know, you have like obviously the background music, you have the audio from the game. Hopefully, fingers crossed, hopefully that is not going to be like a major obstacle when it comes to me speaking and trying to balance, you know, my voice with the audio, right? So yeah, we'll see how it works. We'll see if it's good, if it's bad, if it needs some changes, and I'll also, you know, like speak to some of my fellow, you know, small streamers, my fellow IRL friends who are also doing Twitch streams and whatnot, see if they have any feedback, any tips, any advice. But I wanted to put that out there, right? So yeah, that's one thing. Now, I think now we can kind of start by talking about basically the past week, right? What was I up to? How did I spend the holidays? So what I'm gonna do, actually, I'm gonna take out these earbuds here, and the reason why, chat, is because, and I think I did kind of mention this previously in, you know, maybe last time's VOD or you know, a previous VOD before that. Anyways, basically the reason is that for some reason, when I, you know, kind of put the earbuds in my ears, right? And let's say that I'm playing background music, for example, something on YouTube, right? Looking at OBS, the level of the background music, it is not super duper high, right? It's pretty balanced, I would say. I think it's a good, solid volume level on OBS. But in my ears, right, the volume of the music, the background music, sounds very loud. And so, you know, I feel like when I have my earbuds in and I'm trying to, you know, kind of like narrate something, commentate on something, right? There can be a case where, like, you know, I feel as if, because of how loud it is in my ears, I feel like I maybe need to raise my voice volume, right? And kind of speak louder, even though I don't need to, because looking at OBS, I sometimes see that, like, my voice, it kind of like reaches a peak, and it kind of like, you know, goes way too high on the volume meter. But anyways, just gonna remove the earbuds for now. I'll probably put them back in whenever I start playing Omori, right? Because Omori is a banger game with banger music. So this past week, what was I up to? Let's see. So I did a stream on Sunday, right? Yeah, I did a stream on Sunday, and then after Sunday, I was like, cool, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, not gonna do anything, right? So, okay, first let's start off with Monday. On Monday, I was not sure if I was going to be streaming. You know, I thought to myself, I was like, there's probably a very low probability that I will be streaming, right? And the main reason why I would like want to stream on Monday is if, you know, my friends, if good old Mr. Drew and also Mr. Greasy T, if they wanted to do some Elden Ring gameplay, right, I would join them, and I would be streaming on Monday. Quite surprisingly, you know, I remember on Monday, I got a message, you know, in the group chat, right? And, you know, my buddy Drew, he was like, yo, you boys want to run some Elden Ring on Monday? And I was like, oh shit, like I did not expect that. I was thinking like, oh, you know, it's like the holiday season, it's getting closer to Christmas Day and Christmas Eve as well. And I was like, man, I feel like Drew and Greasy are probably going to be very busy with like family stuff. But, you know, Drew hit up the group chat and was like, you boys want to run some Elden Ring? And, you know, I told Drew, I was like, hey man, I'm totally down for that if you want to. Like, we can do some, you know, gaming on stream. We can do it off stream. Doesn't matter, right? I'm down for whatever. Unfortunately, so Greasy, he kind of replied and he was like, hey man, I apologize, but I'm kind of like spending time with family, focusing on family priorities right now. Don't have time to be doing Elden Ring. And so, you know, both me and Drew, we were like, we totally understand. That's awesome. You know, go spend time with family, go spend time with loved ones, right? Like, that is the purpose of the holidays. That's the purpose of Christmas and New Year's and whatnot, right? Family is very, very, very important, you know? So on Monday, you know, basically we decided that it was best if we don't run Elden Ring and we just wait until after the holidays are over, right? So, you know, there was no reason for me to stream on Monday. And, you know, I do want to kind of briefly mention this. I wanted to talk about this with you guys because, you know, this is something that I did announce this. I did talk about this, and I think I posted about it on my Twitch stories as well, but I wanted to kind of like basically just reiterate or like, kind of re-explain things and clarify any sort of confusion about what actually happened. So, the kind of topic that I'm about to dive into, essentially, I think it was like last week. I don't remember what day, but last week I had this idea where I was like, okay, I have the 35% off gift subs promotion for my channel. I have 70 hours available and I can use it 7 times, right? So I was like, I should try to get rid of that stuff before the end of the year, right? So I was like, okay, I'm gonna do 7 live streams, right? And every single one of those 7 live streams is gonna be 10 hours long minimum, and I'm gonna run the promotion. And that way, before December 31st, before January 1st, I will be good to go. I will be chilling, I'll have used up all my hours and everything, and we'll be fine, right? Everything will be just peachy, So I had this idea and I was like, cool, awesome. I'm gonna commit to this idea, right? And so I posted about it and I was really looking forward to it, really motivated, So what ended up happening, I'll explain to you guys the whole story. So I remember on the day when I was like planning to activate the very first 10-hour promotion on my channel for 35% off gift subs, I went to my channel, went into my settings to like activate it, and it said, you are not allowed to activate this because of a current or upcoming, Twitch promotion that is going to be happening. So I was like, okay, what the fuck? Like, why? This is so dumb, And I think like, okay, on the one hand, if there was a current Twitch promotion that was ongoing at the moment whenever I wanted to activate it, and like it would have directly coincided with those days that I was going to be streaming, then yeah, like I can kind of understand that, where it's like you're not allowed to activate it. But the idea of like not allowing streamers to activate the discount on their channel multiple days before an upcoming promotion starts, like it's so bullshit. It makes no sense at all, right? So I don't like that. And I also think that like, this is just my personal opinion, and I don't know, maybe people out there will disagree with this. Who knows? Maybe there's some people that will like really hardcore defend Twitch as a company, as a platform, right? I don't know. But in my opinion, Twitch has been around for many, 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 many years now, right? And Twitch is actually owned, the like person that has the majority of the ownership of the company is fucking Jeff Bezos, right? The CEO of Amazon. So it's like, I feel as if Twitch is not this very poor small company that deserves a lot of pity, that deserves a lot of unwavering blind support, So Twitch, which has been around for a very long time and does have a lot of technical website design elements to it, right? I feel like they are easily, without a doubt, capable of them implementing this, right? And by this, I'm talking about this concept, right? Think about it like this. So let's say that there is a streamer, right? One person who activates the 35% off discount on their own channel, right? So that their viewers, their supporters can take advantage of it, 35% off, right? Then let's say that Twitch decides to run a website, promotion throughout every single channel, every single, streamer. They have a discount available for their viewers, right? I do not think it is that incredibly, impossible to design the promotion in a way where basically, the Twitch website, it will read the data on a channel's page, and it'll kind of search a channel's page and be like, okay, is this channel currently activating a promotion, right? And if the answer is yes, if the answer is this channel does have a promotion ongoing right now, then what happens is basically the channel, their specific promotion that they're running, it takes priority over whatever bullshit Twitch-wide promotion goes on, and so it's not like, oh, viewers get 35% off from the channel specific promotion, and then they also get another discount from the Twitch, website wide promotion, right? I think it's not that complicated, not that incredibly difficult to make it where every single channel, every single streamer, they can only have one promotion active at once. And so if they activate their own promotion, then they cannot, their viewers cannot take advantage of the Twitch-wide promotion, right? Or, fuck it, do it like vice versa, where it's like, okay, the Twitch-wide promotion, it potentially takes priority over the channel-specific promotions, and it kind of takes over for a certain duration of time during that period that it lasts, right? I feel like that is not an insane thing to ask for, But anyways, yeah, so long story short, basically I was not allowed to activate the channel specific discount, right? And I believe maybe on, I want to say it was either Tuesday or Wednesday. It might have been Wednesday. I think on Wednesday, Twitch finally activated their, upcoming promotion, where basically every single streamer, every single channel on Twitch, you get 35% off gift subs, 5-pack or more, right? So that promotion, right? It started on, I think, December 24th. Maybe it could have been December 23rd, I don't know. But it started several days ago, and it's lasting all the way until, I think, January 2nd. Which means that basically, long story short, the discount, hours and the times that I'm available to activate the discount on my channel, none of it is going to be usable. None of it is going to be available at all. So essentially, for me, for my channel, right, on December 31st, I'm going to have, 70 hours available, and I can use it 7 times. And then, after December 31st, when the clock strikes midnight, right, it's going to reset. And I'm not going to be able to use the hours from this year, which I think is really fucking dumb. I think that's really, really shitty, right? The way that Twitch basically kind of gets in the way of streamers, right? It kind of acts as sort of this obstacle. And it's like, oh, you have hours available? Oh, you have discount, times available that you can use it. Well, guess what? Fuck you. Just because you waited until the last month of the year, you don't get to use it, right? And I think that is really, really just scummy, really fucking lame, right? Absolute dog shit. So, yeah. Basically, because of what happened, right? Because of this situation, I'm not gonna be doing the 7 live streams 10 hours long each one, right? I think what I might end up doing, and this is just like a, you know, random thought floating around in my head. I don't know if I'm gonna actually commit to this or not, because to be honest, I don't know whether I can, you know, due to the fact that starting in January, right, starting on January 5th, I'm going to be, you know, taking college classes again. I'm going to be busy. I'm taking 3 different college classes during the next quarter, and it's probably not going to be fun. Probably going to be garbage, right? But I had this idea where I was like, okay, next year, 2026, I'm just going to use up those, you know, promotions. I'm going to use it up like as early as I can. Whether it's January, whether it's February, doesn't matter. Like at the beginning of the year, if I have time to use those promotions, I'm going to just use them up and make sure that they're all at 0. Because fuck that shit. You know, like I'm not going to have Twitch at the end of 2026 do the same type of garbage dog shit that they did this year, you know? Yeah, it's not something that I think is good. Not something that I think is a well-designed system. I don't. I think it's really, really severely flawed, right? But yeah. Basically, that's kind of the entire situation with the, you know, the previously announced idea or concept that I had about, you know, doing 7 live streams 10 hours long. Like I can't do that now because they're restricting me. They're not allowing me to use up my promotion. So fuck it. Like I have no reason to do any of that, right? So yeah, that's one thing that I wanted to talk about. So going back to, you know, the weekly recap chat. So Monday didn't really, you know, there was nothing that ended up happening. We didn't do any sort of like, you know, kind of, what is it called? Like stream co-op thing. Like we didn't do the Elden Ring seamless co-op with our buddies. So Monday passed. Nothing really special, nothing really new. Tuesday came around. I think Tuesday was pretty chill, pretty relaxing. Like I nothing really much happened on Tuesday, right? So Tuesday basically came and went. You know, everything was chill, and I was just, you know, kind of doing my own thing, playing video games and watching anime as well. So Wednesday came around, and you know, chat, okay, let's first start by giving you guys a little bit of context and explaining. As hopefully many of you out there know, during this season, during this time, I feel like there is a lot of, basically there's like a lot of consumerism. There's a lot of like shopping that happens, right? Because you know, basically everyone is, they were preparing for Christmas, right? Buying things for family members, for friends and whatnot, right? And you know, on top of that, on top of the Christmas gifts, right, there are a lot of you know, a lot of businesses that are offering discounts during these times, you know? And so basically during this time, I feel like a lot of people are either spending on family or friends, or they're spending it on themselves, right? And a very, very fantastic example of this is that right now, all the way until January 5th of next year, there is the Steam Winter Sale happening for video games, right? And, you know, typically the Winter Sale does have some very, very, very impressive discounts. Sometimes it is a little bit disappointing with certain games, but other games, there are some pretty substantial discounts on games. So, you know, Steam Winter Sale is currently ongoing. On top of that, you know, there's a bunch of other, like, businesses, a bunch of other, like, online retailers that do have discounts, that do have sales during, like, the Christmas times, during the end of year times, right? So, for me, right, I'll talk about myself. For me, there are basically, like, 3 different, businesses that I, you know, that I want to buy things from, right? 3 different retailers that are selling things that I'm interested in, right? So obviously there's Steam, there's video games, right? Then there is Crunchyroll. Crunchyroll have, you know, they have an end of year sale, and you can buy anime, you can buy manga from them, things like that, right? So anime and manga from Crunchyroll. And then the third one is actually something that I was, you know, it's interesting. I was looking at this. I think it was earlier this past year, or maybe it was, yeah, I think it was earlier this past year, maybe at the beginning or the middle of this year. But to explain the story, right? Quite a while back, I think it was at least several months ago, right? There was a collaboration that was announced with Genshin Impact and a particular company known as Logitech. And Logitech is a massive electronics retailer. You know, they sell things like keyboards, they have computer, you know, PC mice, they have, you know, microphones that they sell, they have, I think, headsets that they sell, web cameras, right? All sorts of, like, you know, tech gadgets and things like that, electronics in general. So Logitech had a collaboration with Genshin, and I think that this is not their first time doing a collaboration with them. But the collaboration that was happening, that they announced, it was for a specific Genshin character. And the character that was featured in the collaboration is my #1 favorite Genshin character of all time, by the name of Ayaka, Kamisato Ayaka, right? And I actually, right here, I have a figure of her that is, like, on my desk, sitting right next to me, right? I love Ayaka so much. She is by far my favorite character. So, you know, Genshin Impact and Logitech, they decided to do this collaboration, and they, you know, chose Ayaka as the focus of this collaboration. So there were, I think, 3 different items that, you know, were released by Logitech that you could purchase, that were Genshin themed, that were, you know, Ayaka themed. #1, they had they have like a headset, right? These earbuds, not earbuds, sorry, headphones. Headphones is what they're called, headphones. So they have these headphones, Logitech headphones. #2, they have a mouse, right? A PC mouse that you can buy, that is Ayaka themed. And then #3 is they have a custom keyboard that is Ayaka themed, right? And, you know, obviously, it goes without saying that I love Ayaka, and so any type of, like, merchandise that features Ayaka is something that I'm interested in, something that has my attention, you know? That being said, I think that having, you know, like a custom keyboard and like a custom mouse that features your favorite character I think that's really fucking cool. As someone who uses a PC every single day, who live streams, right? Having a really dope keyboard and a really dope mouse, it goes a long way. And the thing is that, like, you know, as you guys can probably tell, since I'm streaming right now, and I've been streaming for a long time, I have a mouse that I use right now, and it's not half bad. I don't have any, like, major complaints about the mouse that I'm using. And the keyboard that I'm using right now is pretty damn awesome, right? It was actually a keyboard that I think, I don't know, I like the last time that I spoke to my brother about this, he mentioned to me that I think he got it for free from like one of his friends or something like that. But this keyboard is like kind of a fancy, cool keyboard where it's, you know, I showed this off on stream many, many months ago, but it's like a small keyboard, right? I think it's like 60%, and it has like some kind of light up features. So it like has, you know, these RGB type lighting that you can turn on. And not only that, but like the special thing about this keyboard is that basically every single key on this keyboard, it has like the English letter or whatever that corresponds to the button, corresponds to the key, but it also has the Japanese character that corresponds. So like if you are someone who like lives in Japan and you use a keyboard, like a Japanese keyboard, and you need to type in Japanese, some people will use a keyboard that is like hard-coded to be able to like type Japanese by pressing certain keys, right? Here in the US, basically what you end up doing is instead of like using a Japanese hard-coded keyboard, you will basically just change the, you know, output language, right? For whatever you want to type. You can change it to English, you can change it to Japanese, you can change it to any language. But if you change it to Japanese, then what you do in English is you type the word, right? The Japanese word, you type out basically like the Romanji spelling of it, right? So if you're spelling like the word kawaii, right, which means cute in Japanese, you would type on your English keyboard, you would type K-A, and then W-A, and then I-I, two I's, right? And what will happen is as you're typing that, the PC, your computer, right, it will kind of sense the input that you're typing, and it'll convert it into Japanese hiragana, usually, right? But this keyboard is pretty damn cool because it does have the, you know, kind of Japanese characters that are written on the keys in case you want to, you know, type, you know, messages and whatever hard-coded in Japanese, right? So you have the keys, you know which key corresponds to which Japanese character, things like that. So this is a pretty damn cool keyboard. The only, I think I only have like, I guess it would be kind of grouped together, and I would say that I only have one kind of like small minor complaint about this keyboard. And the only complaint that I have is that basically I am not really the biggest fan of like super small 60% keyboards. And the reason why is because you know, even though many of you out there may not agree with this, may not, you know, relate to this, I feel like for me personally, there are many times where I want to use several things, right? So number one, there are many times where I like to use the arrow buttons, up, down, left, and right. And the reason why I do that, this is especially useful for YouTube, right? If I'm using YouTube or some other similar website, similar application, right? In YouTube, what you can do is if you use the arrow keypads, right? You can adjust the volume of a video, and you can adjust the volume in a very clean way, where essentially you can basically, what will happen is every time that you click a button, whether it's like the up button or the right button or whatever, the volume, it will change, it will increase or it will decrease by a measurement of 5%, right? So you can like go from 5% volume to 10% to 15% to 20%, all the way up to like, 80%, 85%, so on and so forth. So changing the volume is very, very like simple, and it's very measured. So it's like, you drop or you increase by 5% volume. And I think that is fantastic. That's beautiful, right? So I use that especially a lot with YouTube, especially with like my live streams. When I'm setting it up, whenever I'm preparing to go live, I make sure that I have the correct YouTube music volume, right? So other than the arrow keys, right? I think that I will say having a number pad, the one where it's like, it's kind of like this rectangle, and then it has the numbers where it's like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's kind of like stacked on top of each other. I think having a number pad on a keyboard is really, really nice, especially if you're ever using the keyboard and let's say that you want to do some calculating on maybe like prices if you're doing like online shopping or something, right? You can open up the calculator on your PC, and then you can use the number pad to quickly type in the numbers that you want to calculate, right? Whereas with the keyboard that I'm using right now, it does not have a number pad. So in order for me to use the numbers, right, I have to use like the kind of number keys that are at the very, very top of the keyboard that like go all the way across. They go like horizontal, right? And that is a little bit less efficient, a little bit slower than having a numpad, right? So I think having a numpad is definitely a very, very, very nice benefit of bigger keyboards. And then I think the final thing that my keyboard cannot do, which does kind of bug me a little bit. So my keyboard, and to be honest, I feel like this is probably the biggest criticism that I have about this keyboard, right? Outside of the missing numpad, outside of the missing arrow keys, I think that this is probably at the top of the list for one of the things that does bug me the most about this keyboard. So this keyboard has many of the like normal usual buttons that a keyboard is supposed to have, right? It has a control button, it has a Windows button, it has an Alt button, it has an escape button, it has tab, it has shift, it has enter, right? It has an F, like the FN key, right? For doing certain functions, right? So it does have a lot of those buttons. However, there's one very, very important, very crucial button that is missing from this keyboard, and that is the delete button. There's no delete button on this keyboard at all. And so, if, for example, let's say that I want to restart my PC, or I want to put my PC to sleep, or I want to shut off my PC entirely, right? How do you normally do that? Normally, you would do Control-Alt-Delete, and then you would select from the options what you want to do. You can lock it, you can put it to sleep, you can restart it, you can shut it down, right? So you press Control-Alt-Delete, and it does many things like that, right? Another thing is that, like, if you are, for example, typing on a keyboard, right? And let's say that you type something, and then you're like, oh wait, I misspelled, a word, right? If you kind of go back in the middle of a word to the spot where you misspelled something, right? Let's say that you misspelled a word, and then you go back into the middle of the word, but the mistake, rather than it being on the left side where you can click backspace and get rid of it, let's say that's on the other side. It's on the right side of your cursor, of your pointer, right? What you can do with the delete button is just very quickly press delete, and it'll delete the character, the item, the object that is to the right of whatever your cursor is. So the delete button is actually very, very useful, very efficient in certain, situations, right? So this keyboard not having a delete button is definitely something that I do not love about it. Anytime that I need to do like Control-Alt-Delete, I actually have, you guys can't see this obviously because it's like all beneath my webcam, but on my desk, right, my PC desk, I have like a space in front of me where I can put my keyboard, where I can put stuff. And basically, you know, this space that I have, it's kind of like, imagine a rectangular, like a hole, and it's like a space that is underneath the top of the desk where my monitors are sitting. It's underneath the top of the desk, but also there's like, you know, this giant massive square or rectangle of wood that is where you put the keyboard on it, right? And so this giant like plank of wood, it like connects to the desk, right? And there's a space, there's a gap between the top of the desk and the plank of wood that holds the keyboard stuff, you know? So basically, there is a gap, there's a hole, there's an area in my desk where I can put objects on the like inside of my desk, and that way it's like out of the way, you know, it's not bothersome, it's not something that takes up a prime real estate of my desk, right? So in this little hole, in this little area that I have in my desk, I actually have another keyboard. It's a backup keyboard, one that, like, honestly, like, imagine that you would go to like a PC store and you buy the most like simple, basic, like, you know, Windows PC that you can find. And these are like the type of PCs that if you go to school, that's like the type of PCs where they have like 20 or 30 of them in a classroom, right? These are like the most bare bones default Windows PCs that exist, and they come with the most basic ass, bare bones, you know, keyboards and computer mice as well, right? So this keyboard is one of those. It's one of those, like, you know, just kind of cheapest, low quality Windows keyboards that you get by default when you buy a brand new PC, right? It's one of those types of things where it's like not really special, not really, you know, expensive or anything like that. It's just very, very, you know, plain black, you know, PC keyboard. Doesn't really do anything except for function as a keyboard, right? Not really cool, not really interesting, right? So I have this like this backup keyboard, this default basic black Windows keyboard, sitting, you know, inside my desk, and you know, anytime it is plugged in to my PC, so if I type something on this black keyboard, it will type it in my PC, whether it's on Discord, on YouTube, or any other application, right? So what I normally have to do if I want to, like, let's say that I want to restart my PC or shut it off, I have to do Control Alt on my normal keyboard, and then the black keyboard that's like behind my normal keyboard and it's like sitting in the inside of my PC desk, I have to reach over and press the delete button on that black keyboard in order to, you know, go to that settings menu, right? The Control Alt Delete menu. So my setup right now, it's very, like, it works. I'm perfectly fine with it. I've been using this setup for many long months, maybe even years at this point. But it is a little bit inefficient. It is a little bit suboptimal, right? So, you know, I would say that, like, I do not really need a keyboard, nor do I really need a mouse. However, getting a new keyboard and a new mouse, those are things that, like, I think if you ask anyone in the entire world if they want a brand new keyboard and a brand new mouse, they would probably be like, fuck yeah, I would love a new keyboard and a new mouse, because, like, you know, getting new electronics is always something that I think is very, very exciting. It's very, very, you know, I don't know. It's just very fulfilling, you know, very satisfactory, where you buy a new electronic and you're like, oh boy, I can't wait until this comes in. Like, I'm super pumped. I'm super excited for this, right? And so, you know, even though I feel like many people don't need new electronics, the idea of getting something new, whether it's a new phone, a new keyboard, a new mouse, a new headset, anything, it's so hype, it's so exciting, right? And the idea of that is something that a lot of people are like, fuck yeah, I want a new mouse, I want a new keyboard, I want a new this, I want a new that, right? So yeah. Basically, going back to my story, right? Going back to the recap, right? So, many months ago, I saw this, this collaboration, and I saw the items that were being sold, with the Genshin collaboration, right? At the time, whenever I first saw it, I think that the items were, kind of like posted at the initial retail price that they were selling it at. And I think that, like, basically, from what I remember, I think if I were to buy the bundle of items together, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was just the keyboard and just the mouse, I think. If I bought them as a bundle, the total cost was of the bundle, it was, I think, roughly between maybe $200 and like $250, something like that, right? Something absolutely just mind-blowingly expensive, right? And I saw that price for the bundle. I saw the price and I was like, holy fuck, that is expensive, right? And keep in mind that currently, right now, and even back then when I was looking at the collaboration items, keep in mind that, like, I did not, and I still right now currently do not have a part-time job, nor do I have a full-time job that is providing me income, right? So I saw the price tag and I was like, holy fucking shit, I do want these items because they are Genshin themed, because they are really fucking cool looking, but I saw the price and I was like, ooh, I don't know about that. I do not know about that, chief, I saw that. So, I saw the price initially and I was like, maybe I'll wait, maybe I'll give it some time, and one of the things that I was kind of considering, and not gonna lie, like, after I saw the initial price of the bundle, I did kind of forget about it. Like, I moved on with my life and I just, slowly stopped thinking about the Logitech items. But one of the things that I was considering at the time is, like, so Logitech, they have this thing that they offer where students who verify that they are actually students and that they are attending a particular college or a particular high school or whatever, they do get a discount on items. And basically the discount that is offered is like 25% off, right, for students. So I thought to myself, I was like, okay, cool, maybe I can wait for a later time, and then I can use my student discount on the price of the items, right? The Ayaka keyboard, the mouse and whatnot, and I can lower the price by a good amount to purchase it, and one day get it for myself, right? After a while, though, I did kind of slowly forget about it, and I just stopped paying attention to it because I was like, yeah, I'll bookmark it and I'll save the page for later, save the items for later, and then if they ever drop in price, then I'll take a look at it and see if it is more affordable to purchase at a later time, right? So fast forward, right? I think what ended up happening is I think this was last Saturday. I think it was last Saturday that this happened. I spent the day hanging out with an IRL friend of mine who I appreciate very dearly. I think that this person is an incredible human being that I enjoy. Yeah, I enjoy always getting to spend time with them. So this particular friend of mine, I was hanging out with them on Saturday, and we were chit-chatting back and forth. And I remember we were talking about Christmas, and my friend asked me, he was like, do you have anything on your Christmas wish list that you really want to get, right? And so, I told him about about these different items that I wanted. And the thing is, so kind of backing up a little bit, right? Not too long ago, right? Not too crazy long ago. There was an announcement that was made where there's a particular phone company, a particular electronics company by the name of OnePlus. And OnePlus is, if I'm not mistaken, OnePlus is a Chinese electronics company, right? They create a lot of they create a lot of like high quality cell phones, right? For the Chinese audience, right? The Chinese consumers, right? I've actually heard that OnePlus phones are pretty damn good quality, and that they are, worth the money, as far as I'm aware. I don't think I've heard many people complain about OnePlus, but I don't know, maybe I just have not done a crap ton of research. All I know is that it seems like OnePlus is a very popular, well-known company, especially in China, right? So OnePlus, in the past, they have done collaborations with Genshin, right? Previously, and they also do, I think, collaborations with like other other kind of franchises, right? Not just Genshin. They I think also do collaborations with like anime franchises or with other video game franchises, right? So they create a lot of these like special, unique cell phones, right, that are a part of a collaboration. I think the most famous one for Genshin was they created a phone that was specifically, it was a Kaching phone, right? So there's a character in Genshin Impact by the name of Kaching, and she is an Electro character. So the OnePlus phone that came out when they, kind of announced the the collaboration, the OnePlus phone, it was kind of like purple, I think purple colored, and it had a lot of like, kind of electricity theme to it, and it came with like a very special customized box, right? All of it was like Genshin themed, all of it was purple and electrical themed and whatnot, and it was pretty damn cool, right? So basically OnePlus, this company, not too long ago, they announced that there was going to be a brand new version of their phone coming out. In China, the model name is called the OnePlus Ace 6T, right? 6 and then the letter T. So this OnePlus Ace 6T phone, it was going to be releasing pretty soon in China, and they had a special version of that phone that was a collaboration with Genshin. And as you might be able to guess, the character for this collaboration is Ayaka. And I remember I first saw the news about that. I first saw people share it in Discord, and I was like, oh, fucking hell. Like, yet another item that I really wanted, right? Because I love Ayaka as a character. I think that she is, one of the most beautiful characters to exist out there, in Genshin and in video games and in, anime and whatever. I love Ayaka's design. Um, so, you know, I saw the collaboration phone. I saw what it looked like. I saw, you know, all of the different like items that you can get if you buy this particular special collaboration phone. And I was like, holy fuck, it all looks so good. Like, I really want that phone. And so I remember that, like, when I saw the news about that Ayaka phone, it reminded me about the Logitech collaboration that Logitech had, where they had the Ayaka mouse and they had the headset and the keyboard, right? So, you know, I remember I was having this conversation with my friend on Saturday, and we were talking, and he was like, you know, what stuff do you have on your wish list? What do you want for Christmas? So I started talking to him, and I told him about these things. And, you know, I remember that, like, he, you know, when we were chatting about this stuff, he looked it up on his phone, right? And he said, you know, when I mentioned the keyboard, the mouse, the headset and whatever, he looked on the website, he looked on Logitech, and he was like, oh wow, this price is not that bad. It's pretty decently okay, right? And I was like, yeah, it's not too, you know, crazy overly expensive. I think that it's you know, potentially worth the money that they're charging for it, right? So you know, after we had that conversation, right? I went back home, and I think it was maybe not the same night, maybe it was that night, maybe it was the day after. I started looking at Logitech because I was like, I wonder if the price has changed at all. Because I remember that I was talking to my friend, and I think he did mention the price of the items, and he was like, oh wow, this price is not that bad. It's a pretty decently good deal, you know, for the stuff that you're getting. And so, you know, when he mentioned the price of the items, I remember thinking in my head, I was like, wait a second, is that cheaper than it was before? And so I went online, right? And I started doing some research, started looking into it. And I found out that basically, so I think before, when I first looked at, you know, the collaboration items, it showed that it was like over $200. It was like $220, $230 minimum, right? For all of the items that I wanted to buy. When I looked at it on whatever, Sunday, on Monday, whatever, whichever day it was that I was doing research, I noticed that basically you could buy the keyboard and the mouse together as a bundle in order to get the, you know, Genshin, like additional, you know, items, right? The Genshin bundle, accessories and whatever with the keyboard and mouse. You could buy the bundle for, I think it was like $160, which, don't get me wrong, chat, that is a substantial amount of money. I'm not saying that 160 is affordable. I'm not saying that it's cheap. I'm just saying that, like, if you are buying, you know, a keyboard and a mouse that is intended to last you for a very long time, for many years, if possible, right? If you're wanting to buy something that is good quality, that is high quality, and worth the money, 160 is not like a crazy amount of money to hear people spend. Like, people around the world will spend money on a keyboard and a mouse, and 160 is not like way above the price range that people normally spend, right? So 160 is not that bad, you know? And so I saw the price of 160 and I was like, maybe I can grab this keyboard and mouse and consider it to be like a Christmas gift to myself, right? Because if I don't get it now, then who knows when the next time I'll be able to get it is. You know, maybe after, you know, the end of the year, after Christmas and whatever, the price of these items is gonna like go back up to being over $200 or something, right? So I was like, maybe I get it as sort of a little bit of like a Christmas gift to myself. And so I remember that, like, you know, what ended up happening is I was thinking of buying it, and then I was like, okay, is it possible for me to apply my 25% student discount to this bundle and, you know, take off 25% of the price, which means that it would roughly be like, you know, rather than $160, it would be like $120, which is a fantastic, you know, discount, right? Fantastic price for a keyboard and mouse, right? Long story short, what I found out is that the answer is no. Basically, I think that the way things worked out is when I took my discount code that I had for Logitech, and I put it into the, you know, the box where it says like put your promo code here, it only gave me, I think, like a discount of maybe, I want to say like $11 or $12. And, you know, I was very curious. I was wondering, like, why is this happening? And I think the conclusion that I reached, the answer that I found, is that basically, I believe since those items, right, the keyboard and the mouse, they were already discounted. You know, they were all, the price of those items was already like on sale, right? The 25% off discount for students does not fully apply. I think that that discount only applies to items that are not on sale, that are not discounted at all. They are just like the full retail price, you know? And so I was like, fuck, that is kind of shitty, you know? And so what I decided to do is I was like, do I want to use that same promo code to get like $11 or $12 off of the total price? Or do I save that discount code for another time where maybe I want to shop Logitech in the future, right? So I took some time to think about it. And, you know, what I actually ended up doing is I was like, okay, let me see if I can find any like alternative promo codes out there that, you know, give me a pretty substantial discount on the keyboard and mouse without forcing me to use the 25% off student discount, because you can only use that 25% off one time. Like, it's a one-time thing, and once you use it, it's gone, right? So I was doing some testing, doing some kind of just like trying different things out, seeing how low I could get that price. And basically there was something that did happen that was very, like, it was definitely not supposed to happen, and maybe I need to reach out to like customer support and ask them about it. But to be honest, like, I'm not really, right now I'm not really prioritizing it, because I'm not, you know, there's nothing from Logitech that I want to buy anymore. Like, I'm done shopping on their website. But I remember that, like, at one point, you know, what I would do is like, so I would insert the promo code, right, into the box where it says please enter your promo code here, and then afterwards I would like click the remove button to get rid of that promo code, you know. And after I like kind of tested out multiple different promo codes, you know, one after the other, I remember that like at one point I took my promo code, the 25% off one, and I put it into that text box where it says enter it here, and it basically said that your promo code is invalid. It basically is no longer working, right? So I was like, that should not have happened. That doesn't seem right. But, you know, even though that happened, I was like, you know what? Fuck it. It doesn't matter, right? I basically thought to myself, I was like, well, this way I can save that promo code, and I'm not going to like use it on this purchase. I'm going to save it for a later time. And, you know, I'm going to find like an item that I can get the full 25% off discount on, right? And so I was like, I'll just go and try and find another discount code that I can use to take some of the cost away from the total price of the keyboard and mouse, right? So after quite a while of testing, I basically managed to only find one promo code that was like good, that worked. So the, you know, as I mentioned, the 25% off promo code that I tried to use before, that one only gave me like $11 or $12 off of the price. The other promo code that I found, which is not as good, it gave me, I think it was like $8 off of the total, you know, cost of everything, right? Which is not really a lot, especially if you compare it to like $11 or $12. It's not really, you know, that impressive of a discount, right? But it was the best promo code that I could find, and you know, there was not really any other alternatives out there, so it's like, fuck it, I'll settle for this one, right? And you know, after a while of kind of just like trying to do my research, trying to min-max things, trying to figure things out, right? I basically just decided, I was like, you know what? Like, fuck this shit. By the time that I decide on something, there's a chance that, you know, there's a chance that basically the items, they will no longer be on sale. You know, they will no longer be $160, and maybe they'll be like fucking $200 or $250 or whatever, right? So I was like, it's taking me way too long to figure this shit out, right? I may as well just like stop postponing things, and I may as well just like, you know, go ahead and commit to a purchase, right? So I think it was like I think it was Wednesday, the 23rd, where I was like, okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not getting anywhere. I'm just gonna full send it, right? So I ended up, basically what I did is I placed the order, right? I was like, okay, here we go. I'm just going to pay for the items and check it out and have the items, you know, shipped over to my home, right? And so yeah, that was something that, you know, it took me a while to get it done and to make the commitment, but I did finally end up buying the Ayaka keyboard, and I bought the Ayaka mouse as well. And you know, so far, actually, right next to me, behind me where I'm sitting, I have the box. This box here is so something very strange, very bizarre, right? Okay. When I bought the keyboard and the mouse, right? So keyboard, one item, mouse, one item. Because of the items that I bought, and probably because of like the price of the items, I was eligible to get a free gift with my purchase. And the gift that I got, it was basically just a kind of like a cover or like a bag that you can use to put on your keyboard and put on your mouse to kind of you know, keep it safe. And let's say that, like, you know, maybe you're traveling somewhere, right? Maybe you're traveling somewhere and you need your keyboard with you, you need your mouse with you. Maybe you're doing some work and you're traveling remotely to go somewhere, right? If you ever need to take your keyboard and your mouse with you while you're traveling, you can like put it in this like this case or like this bag, right? That holds the keyboard and that holds the mouse, and make sure that they like stay clean and you know, that they are protected a little bit, right? So I got this free sort of like, you know, keyboard and mouse bag that came with my order due to like the items that I was buying and due to the like the price, the cost of everything, right? So the very strange thing that I don't really know why, I'm not really sure why you know, why Logitech decided to do it this way, but they basically took the three different items, the keyboard, the mouse, and then the covers, right? Like the bags or whatever for the electronics. They took all three of these items and they split them up into different shipments. I don't really know why. I don't have an explanation for it, but they did that. And so right now, I currently have a box that's sitting behind me. This box, I believe, has my keyboard inside of it. And then I believe that tomorrow, my mouse is going to be arriving, the shipment for that. And then the last time that I checked, the cover, right? The bag for the keyboard and the mouse that I got for free, that I think is supposed to be delivered on like, I think next Monday, if I'm not mistaken, which is very strange, very like just, I don't know, doesn't make a lot of sense. But it is what it is, right? Like, I don't really care that much. Honestly, I mainly just care about getting the mouse and getting the keyboard. Those are like the important things, right? But yeah, so I have, you know, the keyboard behind me. I decided that, you know, I'm not going to be opening it up. I'm not going to be showing it on stream. I think I'm just going to wait until I get everything, until I get the keyboard and the mouse, and then maybe I'll wait until I also get the bag stuff as well. You know, next week or whatever, whenever it is that it gets delivered. So yeah, that happened, and you know, I am very excited about it. I'm very, very, very happy that I managed to you know, get myself a little bit of a Christmas present this year. But I did that on Wednesday, right? Thursday, nothing really new happened. I was kind of just, you know, usual typical day where I, you know, was playing games. I was you know, watching anime, Twitch streams, YouTube videos, that sort of a thing. And then, yeah, here we are today. So one thing that I did want to share with you guys, I wanted to show you guys this. So earlier this week, I want to say it was probably on like maybe Monday or Tuesday of this week. So I got a random text message from a friend of mine who I love very dearly. This friend of mine, they used to live here in Washington State, but then they moved out of state, right? And I've been keeping in touch with them throughout, you know, this entire time. And you know, I consider them to be kind of like second family to me, right? So I got a random text message from my friend, and they were like, hey, by the way, just wanted to let you know that I accidentally ordered an item and I accidentally had it sent to your address. And I was like, the fuck? And they were like, yeah, I'm so sorry about that. I forgot to change the delivery address in Amazon for the item, and I sent it to your address, and they were like, so the package should be delivered, I think they said like sometime tomorrow or like sometime today or whatever, right? And I was like, okay, huh, interesting. And then, you know, they also said, they were like, also your Christmas present is arriving the day after. And I responded to my friend, I was like, bro, what? Like, I didn't get you a gift. What are you doing? I told my friend, I was like, stop it. No, don't give me a gift, you know? But yeah, basically, so I think what happened, this is my, you know, my theory that I have at the moment. I think what happened is, you know, me and my friend, very, very close with one another. You know, of course, when they used to live here in Washington, they knew my address, right? They knew where I lived, and I knew where they lived, right? Because I would go and visit them, I would hang out with them. So I believe what happened is that probably my friend, being way too kind, way too wholesome, they decided to buy something on Amazon and have it sent to me, you know, have it delivered to me, and it was going to be like basically a Christmas gift, right? And so they did that. They ordered the item, they had it, you know, basically the designated delivery address was my address. And then I think that after they did that, they wanted to buy something for themselves, right? And so they, you know, added this other item to their cart, and they went to go check out, and they completely forgot to change the delivery address on the item that they wanted to buy for themselves. And so yeah, the item in question that, you know, they had accidentally sent to me, it was, I think, like a baking sheet, like a baking mat for cooking, for like, you know, baking items. And so, you know, my friend notified me, and they were like, yeah, so the package should be arriving sometime today at your address. And I was like, oh shit. And so they were like, do you mind helping me return it to Amazon and getting a refund for it? And I was like, yeah, no problem. I got you. I can deal with it, right? So, you know, I got the package, got the item, And I think like the next day, I ended up going to the local Amazon, and I kind of returned the item there. So yeah, that was a little bit of like a funny mistake that my friend made, where they kind of like sent me an item that they were supposed to deliver to themselves. And then yeah, like the day after I got the wrong item from my friend, they delivered to me the Christmas gift, right, that my friend had ordered for me. And I was like, what the fuck is this thing? So I was talking to my friend, texting them. I was like, you did not have to do this. How dare you? Right? Like, I am going to find a way to pay you back for this. Right? And so I ended up just going ahead and I opened up the box, right? The shipping box that it was in. And I took out the item that was inside. And let me show it to you guys here. So this is what my friend got me. Yeah, I don't really think it matters. You don't really, yeah, it's not really that important. Okay, this is what my friend got me right here. So it's a little bit hard to tell what this is because obviously like the only thing that you can see on it is that it's something related to Elden Ring. Yeah. So I turn it around. This is basically what we're looking at. So this is a, what it is, to kind of like very briefly explain it, it's a little bit hard to read it, especially with like the reflection, you know, of my PC in the background. So this is a kind of like a tiny small replica of an item. It's a weapon that is in Elden Ring. And this is pretty fucking sick. Like I first of all, I did not know that replicas like this existed. And I did not know that you could kind of just buy them on Amazon, right? This was something where I was like, very likely if you wanted to buy a replica weapon, you would probably, you know, like I thought to myself, it would probably be a lot bigger in size, and it would also be a lot more fucking expensive, you know? But somehow, my friend managed to find this one on Amazon, apparently, and they bought it for me. If you guys out there are familiar with Elden Ring, if you know anything about that game, there is a boss in the base game of Elden Ring by the name of Millennia, right? She is an infamous boss, someone that every Elden Ring player has experienced and knows all about this boss. And I think that she might be potentially one of the most hated bosses because of how difficult her boss fight is. The point being, Millennia in the game has a weapon that she wields, and it's a very, very terrifying weapon. This weapon that she wields is basically a giant, massive fucking katana, is what it is. And it's pretty fucking sick, right? So this replica that my friend bought me is a replica of Millennia's sword, her weapon in the game. And I took off the plastic here. Hopefully, now that I took off the plastic, you can kind of see the item without any sort of reflection or whatever. But yeah, this is what it is. It's kind of like a tiny little replica Millennia sword. And it looks, I don't know, it looks pretty fucking dope. It says here that the material that it's made out of is zinc alloy. And this replica is apparently 30 centimeters big. 30 centimeters big. I actually don't know what is the correct way to open this. I think, ooh, it's a magnetic case. Okay. Oh, that's beautiful, chat. So here we've got the stand, right, that you put the sword on. And it's a little bit hard to see because it's kind of inside this case, but you can kind of see it here, chat. Inside this like red sort of velvet casing. The Hand of Millennia. So that's what the name of the sword is called, Hand of Millennia. And this is a tiny little replica of it. And holy shit, this thing looks so fucking sick. Like this thing is amazing. I cannot believe that my friend found this and that they bought it for me. You know, my friend, they told me, because I was texting them about it. And I was like, what the fuck? This is so cool, right? And I told them, I was texting them, and they told me, right? They said there were several different weapons that were available that you know, they could have bought. And basically, you know, my friend told me that they ended up choosing this weapon because they thought that it was, you know, one of the safest choices of like a weapon that I would really appreciate, that I would really enjoy. And yeah, so they chose this weapon, the Millennia's, you know, signature weapon, and they got it for me as a secret gift. You know, they did not want to spoil anything. They did not want to give away any hints as to what they were getting me. So yeah. They ended up buying this amazing gift for me, which I did not expect at all. I was definitely very surprised, very shocked, and I'm also very fucking happy. Like, this thing is so incredibly fucking dope that I really appreciate it. But yeah, I texted my friend. I was like, thank you. Like, this is an amazing gift. Thank you. And I told my friend, I was like, I will find a way to give you a gift in return. I will find a way to pay you back for this. And so, yeah, that's something that was really amazing that happened during this past week. I'm so, you know, every time things like this happen where my friends are so just like thoughtful and kind towards me, it makes me really appreciate them, you know. And I've always had this thought, you know, chat, where basically my entire life, right, I realized that, you know, I care about my family, right? I love my mom. I love my brother as well. They're family, right? They are people that mean a lot to me, and I absolutely care about them, you know, without a doubt, like more than anything, right? Because they are family, because we are tied by blood, you know? So I love my family a lot. However, I think that, you know, even from a young age, right, starting from when I was a kid all the way up until now, I've always had this thought in my head, this realization that, like, you know, having friends in your life that really truly appreciate you, and that vice versa, you appreciate them, it is a magical thing. And it is something that can be life-changing, you know? It's something where basically I remember thinking that if you are able to find friends to spend life with, that you can kind of treat them as if they are a second family for you, you will be very blessed, and you will have an amazing life, right? And so, yeah, like, I think that it's a very interesting thing to think about. It's a very interesting thing to consider. But I feel like, you know, outside of the fact that I love my mom and I love my brother because they are my family, right? It's sort of like, it is how it works, right? It is how the world revolves. Outside of that, I think that my friends are probably one of the most important things in my life. I love them so much. And yeah, like, I would prioritize my friends over anything else. You know, other than family, right? Family and friends, those are like top two things in life. I don't usually put anything else above those two. So yeah. I really appreciate my friend, and I'm really hoping that, you know, sometime next year I get the chance to go and visit my friend, because it's been a while since I visited, and, you know, going to see them, going to see their family and hang out, it's something that I think both me and my friends would really appreciate, you know. So yeah, fingers crossed, right? Knock on wood. So that happened this past week, and yeah, not too much else has been happening. I will tell you guys, you know, this one thing, or maybe not one thing, maybe it's like a couple of things kind of bundled together. But you know, one of the reasons that I have been, you know, one of the reasons I kind of started stream today a little bit later than usual, around what, like 9 p.m. I think it was that I started stream. One of the reasons that I am a little bit late today is that, you know, because of the current like holiday season, where, you know, as I mentioned to you guys, there's like the Steam winter sale going on. There's the you know, Crunchyroll anime and manga sale that's going on, right? There's all these like, you know, promotions, discounts, whatnot that's happening during this time. I have been, you know, doing a little bit of like some online shopping, a little bit, right? And I think like, so at first it started off with like the Steam winter sale, right? I actually managed to find, so I found some games in my wish list that I wanted to buy because they're discounted, right? And then I also found some games that are on my wish list that I want to buy like off of Steam because they are cheaper off of Steam. You know, you can get them from third-party retailers instead. And so, you know, I was looking at games, you know, kind of like adding things to shopping carts and keeping track of which games I wanted to buy where, you know? And after that, I was like, okay, let me take a look at Crunchyroll, you know? And so I basically had this thought to myself, right? Where I was like, okay, I'm probably going to be buying some things. I want to try and like, you know, try and space out my, you know, purchases, not just have them like all done on one day, and have like a giant, massive, credit card bill, right? And so I was like, okay, I will, you know, buy some things on one day and then wait like a couple of days to do more purchases and whatnot, right? So I was like, okay, you know, today, Friday, I was like, I can probably buy some things for myself and make a purchase. So I was like, okay, what do I want to do? Do I want to go ahead and buy some of the Steam games that I want to get on sale? Or should I take a look at Crunchyroll and buy from there, right? And so, you know, I was taking a look, doing some, you know, kind of like window shopping, online shopping type stuff. And I thought to myself, I was like, okay, maybe I should, you know, go ahead and buy the Crunchyroll stuff now, get that out of the way. And then like the only thing that I have left to worry about until the end of the sales come around, which is I think like January 5th or whatever is when the sales end. Until, you know, that time, basically, you know, I only have to worry about the Steam games that are the only item that I have left that I want to buy, right? So I was taking a look at Crunchyroll, and I think, you know, I had this realization. I had this moment where I was like, oh, I now remember why it has been such a long time since I've bought from Crunchyroll. I remember why. So let me tell you guys about this. For those of you that don't know about this, for those of you that maybe you've never like shopped on Crunchyroll before, maybe you've never bought anything from them before, right? Crunchyroll has this policy, which I personally think that this policy is really fucking stupid. Like I do not like it at all. And I feel like it is, I don't know. To me, it's a very scummy way to do business. But I think that maybe from like a logical standpoint, it can make sense, right? It just feels bad as a consumer, you know? So Crunchyroll has this policy where, looks like we have an ad break going on, so I will be doing some exercise while I chit chat with you guys while I tell this story. Okay, let's see here. All right, so as I was saying, chat, Crunchyroll has this policy where if you are buying things on their website, right? And you're buying items that are all in stock, right? All of them are available. None of them are out of stock. None of them are, you know, pre-orders. None of them are orders that are what are known as back orders. You know, basically the items that a lot of people have put, you know, they've placed a reservation, placed an order on the item, and they're waiting for it to come back in stock, right? So if all of the items in your shopping cart are in-stock items, right, you have the ability to basically use multiple different payment methods for your order, right? You can use credit card, you can use debit card, you can use, things like PayPal, right? Other things like, I think Sezzle is one of them. And if you don't know what Sezzle is like one of those, payment services where you basically, what happens is Sezzle will buy the items on your behalf, and then you will pay back Sezzle in smaller payments in like sort of installments, right? So, basically multiple different payment methods are made available to you. However, if you have any pre-order items or any items that are back ordered in your cart, you are not allowed to use any other payment method. You either have to use a Crunchyroll gift card or you have to use a credit card. So those are your only two options, right? Only two options. I personally do not like that. I think that's really scummy. I think that's really shitty. And I think, if I try to look at this from a very, logical, very straightforward perspective, right? I understand that very likely the reason why Crunchyroll restricts the payment methods is probably because like they want to avoid people who place an order on a pre-order or a back order item, right? One that is not currently available, but then the customer, the consumer, they may place the order on, like, they may use PayPal or they may use Sezzle or some other third-party company, right? And what will happen is then they will like try to cancel their order. They will try to basically, say like, oh, I no longer want this item. I'm canceling the order. I'm getting my money back, right? They want to stop people from kind of just like, yeah, basically they want to stop people from impulse buying, and then later regretting it, later changing their mind, right? So it's kind of like by restricting the payment methods to only credit cards or only Crunchyroll gift cards, it basically makes it to where when you order a pre-order item or a back order item, you feel as if you are more committed to that purchase and you have to follow through with it, and you can't like cancel it, you can't refund it or anything like that, right? So I can understand it from that perspective. However, as a consumer, as someone who likes to purchase items online or in person, right? Restricting payment methods, it is not something that I appreciate, not something that I'm a fan of, right? No, it's just it's not something that I think is what's the word I'm looking for? Convenient for customers, right? For people who want to freely shop, right? And so, I'll talk about this from like my perspective, right? Talk about this from like my situation personally. In the past, right, I have done a lot of shopping with Crunchyroll. I've bought from Crunchyroll in the past a lot. I've also bought from other retailers that are potentially in the same like industry as Crunchyroll and whatnot. And so, you know, I have a lot of experience with I have a lot of experience with online shopping and with you know, basically placing orders and then paying for those orders, right? Um, a lot of the time, especially in the past, I would utilize a particular payment method, which is known as PayPal. PayPal, they have a specific payment method that is available for orders that are usually more expensive. Usually, you know, orders that are more on the higher end, right? And this payment method is called Pay in 4, right? So what you do is basically PayPal, they will pay for the items, they will order the items on your behalf and pay the full amount, and then you pay PayPal. And you say like, okay, hey PayPal, I'm going to pay you once a month for 4 months. I'm going to pay you once a month, and the amount that I'm going to pay you is a quarter of the total bill, right? So every month you pay 25% of the total, you know, charge, right? The total amount that your shopping cart was. You know, to make it very easy, let's say that your order was $100, right? Then for like the next 4 months, you would pay $25 each month for the next 4 months. And if you know, successfully paid it off, if you successfully do $25 each month and you pay PayPal, then at the end of the 4 months, you're good to go. You're awesome. You're chilling. You move on with life. You get the items that you want. You're very happy, right? And there's no problem with that. So using the Pay in 4 option that PayPal has, it's something that I think is really, really fucking cool. And the reason why is because, like, you know, imagine, for example, that you are a person that maybe you either work like a part-time job or you have a full-time job, right? There are some people out there where every single month, right, if they get paid, they get maybe paid once a month, or they get maybe paid twice a month, right? The amount that they earn from their job, whether it's part-time or full-time, maybe it's not like an insane amount of money, right? Maybe it's not like $10,000 every single month, you know? If you earn a slightly lower amount of money per month, maybe you don't have the ability to, you know, go to Crunchyroll and buy things like that are $100 or $150 total. You can't drop that amount of cash right away, like in one sitting, you know? But since you work this job, this part-time job, this full-time job, you can take your income on a monthly basis and you can be like, okay, for the next 4 months, I will pay off this order that is like $100 or $150 or $200, right? I'll pay off this order in the next 4 months in equal payments, right? 25% each time. And that way, you know, I can basically take a small, tiny portion, a tiny percentage of my income and, you know, use it to pay off these items that I really want, rather than just dumping like $100 or $200 all at one time on this one order, right? So Pay in 4 is a really, really good option that I think is worth it for a lot of people out there, right? And so, you know, in the past, whenever I used to buy anime, when I used to buy manga, back whenever I was either working full-time or part-time, right? There were times during both of those eras of my life that I would buy, I would do the Pay in 4 option, and it worked out, right? Like every single time that I've used PayPal Pay in 4, I have fully paid off all of the bills, you know, all of the credit card bills, all of the money that I owe to PayPal, the money that I owe to, you know, whatever business, whatever retailer it is, right? So yeah, like having those payment options is really, really valuable. You know, it's really, really nice for a consumer like me, right? So even though I can potentially understand the logistics behind why they would restrict payment methods, I do not love it. I am not a fan of it. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, there was a point in time, probably long ago, where they did not have this rule, where if you bought anything, right, whether it was a pre-order, whether it was a back order, whether it was in stock, anything that you bought, you could use PayPal on. You could use all other, you know, forms of payment. But yeah, it seems like they restricted it. So, you know, earlier today, I remember, like, I had some items in my cart, and I was like, okay, I have items, and, you know, the amount of items that I have, it's enough to qualify me for free shipping. I think I'm ready to go and check out and buy these items, right? I thought to myself, I'll buy the anime and manga stuff today, and then, like, later on, several days later, I'll buy the games that I want to buy, right? And I found out, yeah, like, some of the items that I wanted to buy, they are currently, like, back order items. They're not in stock, and so I can't use PayPal, which is really, really crappy. So yeah, basically, I think right now, I have not yet fully decided. This is something that I'll have to probably take some time to think about, and maybe, you know, at the end of it all, I'll just decide, fuck it, I'm not going to buy anything at all. But, you know, I may potentially try to find some other merchandise, some other items, other products that I want that I can add to my cart, which are not, you know, back order, which are not pre-order stuff, right? But yeah, I don't know. Maybe what I'll end up doing is I'll just end up being like, you know what? Never mind. I'm not gonna, fuck it. Like, I'm not gonna buy anything from Crunchyroll at all, and I'll just save my money, you know? So yeah. That happened earlier today. And another thing, so you know, I mentioned to you guys that some of the items that I want to buy in terms of video games, some of them I can buy them on Steam because they are, you know, the lowest price that you could possibly get for those items. The other items, right, that basically I have in my wish list that I want to buy, I would have to buy them off of Steam. I would have to buy them on a third-party retailer, because obviously the third-party retailer, they have better prices for the item that I want. So earlier today, you know, I was looking at the third-party website that I had these games on that I wanted to buy, and I was like, should I place the order today? Right? Should I commit to buying the items today? And, you know, I was checking two different websites. I was checking SteamDB to take a look at the price history of Steam games. And then I was looking at GG Deals, which is the website that I use to find the lowest possible price for the games that I want to buy, right? And what I found out is very, like, if this is true, assuming that this is accurate, I think that this is really scummy, really, like, just crappy, right? So I found out that basically there were two different games that I have in my shopping cart that I want to buy. One of them is God of War, and then the second one is God of War Ragnarok, right? Two games that are part of the same franchise. I was looking on GG Deals, right? And I was looking at, like, you know, basically I wanted to see, I was like, okay, I looked at the current price on the third-party website, and I looked at the price history to see, okay, what was the lowest price ever that these games were sold for, you know? And what I saw, assuming that this is correct, that this is accurate, I saw that the website that I was looking at, which is called GameBillet.com. So currently, right now, I can take a look and see their price at the moment. So right now on this website, right? Right now, let's see. Right now, the price of those games, where is it? Ah, here it is. Found it. Okay. Right now, the price of these games. So God of War is currently $17.95. God of War Ragnarok is $36.16. Okay. So I took a look at GG Deals, and let me pull it up again here because I did close the website temporarily. Okay, so God of War, right? $17.95. Let's take a look at the price history. The price history, according to GG Deals, it shows here that the historical lowest price of God of War was $16.39. So basically $1 cheaper than it currently is, or like $1.60, right? Now, when you look at the price history of these games on ggdeals.com, right? It will show you basically which retailer had it for that price and how long ago was it since that game was at the lowest price ever, right? Here's what I found out. God of War, currently $17.95. The lowest price ever was $16.39. It shows here on GG Deals that the lowest ever price for God of War was on GameBillet, the exact same website that I was planning on buying God of War from, right? It was on GameBillet, and it says, according to the history here, that the price which GameBillet had, lowest ever $16.39, it ended 17 hours ago. Which means that 17 hours ago, 20 hours ago, whatever, on GameBillet, you could have bought this game for $16.39. You could have. But they stopped. They like, kind of bumped up the price again, from $16.39 to $17.95. Not only that, looking at God of War Ragnarok, right? Current price, $36.16. Lowest ever price, $32.95. That is, I think, almost $4 cheaper, right? Which website? GameBillet.com. Ended 17 hours ago. So 17 hours ago, 20 hours ago, right? If I had been paying attention to that website, I would have seen that GameBillet decreased the price more than it currently is right now, and you could have gotten an even better deal on those two games than what it currently is right now, which is $17.95 and $36.16 for those two games, right? And the thing that like annoys me, right? The thing that bothers me is that, I feel like those prices, which are shown on GG Deals, I feel like those prices are something where like, my current theory is that GameBillet, they were like, you know what? We are going to offer a slightly lower price, a slightly bigger discount on these two games for, hypothetically, let's say 12 hours or 24 hours or whatever. And then after that time frame is done, it goes back up to the, regular discounted price that it was before, and I just feel like that is like so, I don't know, it's so like sneaky, it's so shady to be like, hey, yeah, so we have this discount sale going on the entire website, and all these games are cheaper than they usually are, right? And then all of a sudden, in the middle of the discount sale for like 12 hours or 24 hours or whatever, right? We are going to decrease the prices of a select few games even more than they currently are discounted. Like, that to me just feels so shady. It feels so sneaky, where they're like, yeah, guess what? If you don't take advantage of this very, very short, limited, further discount, you don't get to, take advantage of that discount ever again, right? It just, yeah, it does not feel very fair. And let me see here. Let's see. So okay. So, okay, chat. I'm looking here. I'm very specifically looking at the price history. So God of War Ragnarok, and I'm pretty sure that God of War is going to show the exact same thing. The lowest price ever, $32.95. It says here that it started on Christmas. It started on December 25th at 8:13 p.m., right? 8:13 p.m. on December 25th. And then it lasted until December 26th, which is today, right? It lasted until 2:12 p.m., right? So 2 p.m., which means that, let's see, that's not even 24 hours. That is, okay, 8 p.m., let's see, 9 p.m., 10 p.m., midnight. Wait, no, hold on. I can't count, chat. I can't count. 9 p.m., 10 p.m., 11 p.m., midnight. Then we have 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m., 12 p.m., 1 p.m., 2 p.m. So that is what? 10, 15, 18 hours? Yeah, I think that's 18 hours, if I'm not mistaken, chat. For 18 hours, they had this, like, super duper duper, like, low price. That is the lowest ever recorded price for these games. And then after these 18 hours, like, now people don't get to take advantage of that discount, right? They now get the they now get the slightly higher prices, which I think that is really scummy. And I'm not a fan of that, because I feel like, if this is just my opinion on how, businesses, how companies should be handling like discounts and sales. I personally think that if you announce to customers, to consumers, and you say like, hey guys, we're going to be having a discount on this like collection, this selection of products and items that are on our website, right? If you say like, hey, we're going to have a discount, you should basically have the discount, have the sale, and whatever the price of the items are, right? They should stay at that price, and they should not change at all. Because it feels very, very shitty to be like, oh yeah, I bought this game on sale, but if I bought it during like an 18-hour window on a very specific day during very specific times, I could have gotten an even better deal, right? Like that just sounds so just scummy. It sounds so shitty to kind of experience that type of situation. You know what I mean? I do not like this idea of like, oh hey, we have a discount sale, by the way, in the middle of the discount sale we are randomly going to drop prices even lower for a very short window of time. I don't like that at all. Yeah, I don't like that at all. I feel like that is super shady, super just like unfair. I'm not a fan of that whatsoever. So basically I saw what happened, right? I saw that Game Billet, they like decreased their prices and then they increased it back up to what it was before, right? And so I saw that today and I was like, okay, you know what? Fuck this shit. I'm going to wait to buy these games, right? Because, I realize that I am kind of like huffing copium, right? I realize that I am, not really not really like thinking about this realistically, right? But I had this thought cross my mind where I was like, okay, maybe there's like a 1% chance, or maybe even higher than 1% chance, that between now and between the end of the sale, which is going to be, I think, January 5th, there's a chance that Game Billet might pull the same bullshit move a second time, and they might decrease the prices a little bit again, right? And if they do that, I want to catch them. I want to make sure that I take advantage of that, right? So I was like, okay, fuck it. I'm not in any rush to buy the games today. I'm just going to wait. I'm going to wait until the end of the sale. And like every single day, I'm going to keep my eye on, these games. And I'm going to keep my eye on them, and I'm going to make sure that I'm paying attention to the price of these games. And I'm going to see when is the best time to buy it. And I'll wait until the very, very end of the sale to, decide when is the correct time, the correct day to make the purchase. But yeah, so I took a look at what's it called? Took a look at Crunchyroll, took a look at Game Billet, right? I was just looking around, seeing if I wanted to place any orders today. And the only thing that I ended up doing, the only thing that ended up happening today during my time before stream is basically I ended up taking the games that are on my Steam wish list that I added to my cart, and I ended up buying those games and just went ahead and full sended the purchase on that. So I think it was like roughly about maybe, I think it was like $35 or $36 plus tax for the games that I bought. And I went ahead and basically just I was like, okay, fuck it, I feel like those games, right, they are currently the lowest price that they've ever been on Steam. They're not going to get any lower than that. Might as well just go ahead and cop them now, and then later, whether it's January 5th or whether it's earlier than January 5th, I will go ahead and potentially commit to buying the other games on Game Billet instead. But yeah. So anyways, chat, that's kind of what I've been up to. That's the entire recap and everything. Nothing too much else new. The only other thing that I can share with you guys that I can talk about, and I'm gonna try to keep this very brief, very short, as concise as I possibly can keep it. Basically, during this past week, right, other than watching YouTube, watching Twitch, and playing video games, right, the only other thing that I've really been doing is I've been watching anime, right? I've been watching anime, and I have been watching the same show, the same story that I've been watching for quite a while now, right? So I mentioned this anime during my previous live stream, and I think I mentioned it even like the 2 live streams ago or something, right? There's an anime that I've been watching which is called A Will Eternal, right? This anime, to put it very, very simply, I think that it is a good quality anime. I think that it's worth watching, and I would recommend it to people out there who enjoy these types of stories, right? The only criticism that I have of this anime, which is not even really that bad of a criticism, is that this anime is quite lengthy. It's quite lengthy. It is, so the very first season of this anime is, I think, 52 episodes long. 52, right? And there is actually a second season of this anime, if you believe it. There's a second season. And the second season is 54 episodes long. So this anime is fucking lengthy. Absolutely fucking lengthy, chat. Really, really lengthy. So it's like, if you want to watch this anime, it is a commitment, right? I think that, like, outside of, Naruto, outside of, watching like the original, right? The very, very first original Full Metal Alchemist anime, and watching things like Hunter x Hunter, you know? I think that this is by far the longest anime that I have watched in a very, very, very long time. Very long time. As of right now, so I did achieve something pretty cool, during this past week. I managed to finish the entirety of season one. Managed to finish the entirety of season one during this past week, and currently, right now, I am watching through season two. I have watched, let's see, 10. I've watched, I think, like 15. I want to say 15 episodes of the season two, right? So I've seen the entirety of season one, 52 episodes, and I'm now on season two. I am 15 episodes in, and the second season is 54 episodes long. So this is going to be quite a long journey for me. This is going to be quite a long anime for me, without a doubt. But it is good. It is quite good. The one thing that I will say, so, one of the criticisms that I had about season one of this anime is that the main protagonist, whose name is Bai Xiao Chun, I think is how you pronounce it. So Bai Xiao Chun is the main protagonist of this story, and throughout a large majority of season one, I want to say like the first maybe 40 episodes or so, maybe a little bit more than 40 episodes, his appearance does not really change. He kind of looks like a very, very, very young teenage kid, like maybe 14, 15, 16 years old, right? And he kind of has that very, childish appearance where he's kind of small. He's got these like kind of chubbyish cheeks, and he does not look very mature, very grown up, very adult, right? Finally, I think near the end of season one, what happened was they basically gave the character a like an updated look. They kind of like changed his appearance to make him look more grown up, more mature, and look as if he is actually becoming an adult, right? Becoming no longer a young troublemaking teenager, right? So I think that like getting to see that change is something that I think was very positive. I think that the show needed that to happen. And if, Bai Xiao Chun had not, changed his physical appearance after so many episodes, after such a long length of time, I think that it would have been, without a doubt, a negative, kind of a flaw with the story overall. And so, I am quite enjoying the anime overall. I think that it's very, very good quality. It's very entertaining. But it is lengthy, and it kind of does feel like you're watching something similar to, a long-running shonen anime. Something like One Piece, something like Naruto, Bleach, Hunter x Hunter, right? Those types of shows. So it's like you do have to make some commitment to wanting to watch it if you get into it, right? But yeah, no, it's quite interesting. I think that like there is a part of me that enjoys the fact that this anime is lengthy and has a crap ton of episodes, because that means that I never really have to worry about feeling like the story was too short, right? Or that it was not satisfying enough with the amount of time given, right? So there's a part of me that enjoys and appreciates the length of this anime, but also at the same time, I do sometimes wish, I'm like, man, I really wish that they would kind of speed things up and go through some of the more important plot points, rather than focusing on, kind of like all these little details, all these little like small aspects of the story that are not really the most important, And yeah, I think that like it would have been pretty cool if, a Will Eternal was released as a like standard typical anime, that was maybe like 24 episodes in one season, right? That would have been quite interesting to see how they do it. But of course this is a Chinese anime, so it's not like a traditional standard Japanese animation, which I understand, why it is very different. But yeah, it's quite a damn good anime. I'm really, really appreciating it. And I think like, it's crazy to say this out loud, but I feel like finally the story is reaching a really, really, really critical moment, a really critical point with the plot. And to kind of summarize it, to kind of try and explain the the severity or the importance, the significance of this moment, right? So basically, chat, to kind of give you guys a very short, like a synopsis of this anime, right? You have Bai Xiaochun, who is the main character, right? So the main protagonist, at first, he basically decides to become a disciple, become a student of a specific, like, I guess you could call them like this sort of organization, right? This kind of like religious group of sorts of people, and they're known as the Spirit Stream Sect, right? The Spirit Stream like organization. So he starts learning, what they call cultivating in the story, right? He starts cultivating as a member, as a disciple of the Spirit Stream Sect, right? And he gains all these powers, gains all these abilities, he grows stronger. Then, eventually, right, he decides that, like, in order to grow even further and gain more abilities and become even stronger and whatever, become kind of even closer to reaching his goal of obtaining, immortality or obtaining like eternal life, he needs to basically leave the Spirit Stream Sect, and he needs to go out and explore and travel elsewhere, right? So Bai Xiaochun, he leaves his sect, and he goes to arrive in a different sect, which is this sect basically. So imagine that these different sects that exist in the world, right, the different organizations that exist, they are kind of rivals with each other because they're all trying to compete with one another. They're trying to become organizations, become a sect that is able to reach heaven, right? And be closer to heaven than the other organizations, right? So Bai Xiaochun ends up going to this other sect, this other organization called the Bloodstream Sect, right? And the Bloodstream Sect, they kind of have a rivalry with the Spirit Stream Sect, they're competing against one another. So Bai Xiaochun goes to this Bloodstream Sect, and he goes in disguise. He has this mask that allows him to take the identity of another person who was previously presumed to be dead, right? So he takes the identity of another person that is a Bloodstream disciple, okay? So he spends a long time in the Bloodstream Sect, like at least a couple of years he spends in the Bloodstream Sect. And during this time, he basically kind of like creates connections and relationships with the people there who he sort of considers to be, brothers and sisters to him, kind of family to him, right? And the same thing, when he was with the Spirit Stream sect, right? Like, he considers the Spirit Stream sect to be his home. He considers that to be where he belongs, where his brothers and sisters are, where his family, they all live, right? Family, not blood related, but like, just like in terms of brother and sister companionship, right? Family, that sort of a thing. So the Spirit Stream sect, he considers that to be his home, considers that to be his true family. But he also goes to the Bloodstream sect, and while disguised as another person, while assuming another identity, he sort of, builds this connection, this sort of strong, powerful family type relationship with the people there in the Bloodstream sect. What ends up happening is that, the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect, they are rivals. They're competing against one another, and they're trying to be, an organization that is able to be closer to heaven, right? And I think that basically so the way that it works in this world, there are different levels, different tiers of organizations, right? And I think maybe the highest level is an organization, a sect that is located up in the skies, right? They're known as like the Sky Stream sect or whatever, right? And the Sky organization, they are obviously the closest to heaven, right? So they are like the most powerful, right? And the most revered, right? The Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect, I believe both of them are known as middle sect, or middle organizations, right? They're the middle level, not the highest level, not the sky level, but like the middle level, right? So they're the middle level, and then of course below the middle level there's the lower levels of the other random assorted organizations that exist below. So basically the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect, they want to compete with one another to see who can become qualified to be a sky level organization, a Sky Stream sect, And so, there's this moment where people, these leaders from the Bloodstream sect, they go to the Spirit Stream sect and visit, and they try to negotiate. They try to negotiate with the Spirit Stream sect to say like, hey, we want to, compromise with you guys. We want to come to an agreement that works for the both of us. How about if we do this and you do this, we will all, benefit, and we will, be able to avoid, avoid conflict, avoid war with each other, right? And so, they try to do this negotiation stuff with the Spirit Stream sect. However, the Spirit Stream sect, they are very, very proud. They have a lot of pride. They have a lot of honor in themselves, they believe that they are, of course, they believe that they are the best organization out of the group, right? They believe that they are the most deserving of becoming a sky level organization. So the Spirit Stream sect, they basically deny all of the requests that the Bloodstream sect proposed, right? All of the proposals. So, long story short, the negotiations fail. They fall apart, right? Nothing happens. And so the Bloodstream sect, they return back home, and the Spirit Stream sect, they return back to their home as well. And essentially what happens is that the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect, they decide that since they cannot come to an agreement, they're going to go ahead and wage war. They're going to fight one another, right? As you might be able to guess, because Bai Shaochun is from the Spirit Stream sect, but he also spent time in the Bloodstream sect, right, as, you know, pretending to be one of their disciples, pretending to be one of them. He has connections, he has ties to both sides, and he does not want to see them go to war, right? So, at this moment in the anime in season 2, I'm at this moment where basically Bai Shaochun will need to figure out a plan of how he can navigate this very tense, very, you know, violence filled, you know, atmosphere, environment that the both of these two organizations have. He needs to find a way to navigate this situation so that he can, you know, stop people from killing each other and protect the people that he cares about. Because he has people that he cares about in both the Bloodstream sect as well as the Spirit Stream sect. And he doesn't want to see any of them die. He wants to protect all of them, right? So he has to kind of find a way to deal with this incoming war, with this battle, this you know, violence that is going to be happening between these two organizations, these two clans, right? And so it's going to be very, very, very interesting. I think that, you know, my guess, my theory is that essentially Bai Shaochun, he's going to try and, you know, increase his own power level and try to become even more, you know, formidable, even more powerful than he previously was. He's going to gain more strength and try to basically get to a point where he is so powerful, so, you know, capable that he is able to stop any war before it happens, right? He is able to kind of put an end to violence between these two organizations and these groups of people, right? So that's my guess. That is my theory. I think that's the kind of game plan that he's trying to aim for. But we'll see. You know, it's still quite early in the season 2 to, you know, figure anything out, right? To confidently declare something, right? But yeah, no, this story is quite interesting. It's quite good. I'm definitely very, very motivated, very interested in like watching more and getting to the end of it, right? And then I think like once I do eventually finish season 2, I will then be able to give my entire like full review of that anime. But yeah, so that's basically it, chat. I've been watching A Will Eternal, been you know, kind of chilling, playing video games, things like that. Nothing really too interesting, nothing really too exciting. You know, just the Christmas gift for my friend, and then the fact that I bought, you know, a brand new keyboard and a brand new mouse for myself, which I am very, very excited about. Those things are gonna be fucking awesome. I'm looking forward to it. So yeah. But anyways, chat, I think I've spent enough time yapping. I think we're done yapping. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and boot up good old Omori here and get it ready for us to enjoy. And then yeah, we'll dive on into the gameplay here. Okay. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. We are done with that. Okay. So chat, let me pull up OBS here. Perfect. And then let me go ahead and pull up, let me see here. Variety, right? I think it is variety. Beautiful. Perfect. By the way, Range, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate you, dude. Hopefully you had an amazing Christmas. Hopefully you had a wonderful time during the Christmas holidays. Always a great thing to be able to say hello to you. Okay. So chat, here we go. It's Omori time. This is officially day 2 of Omori. To be honest, I don't really know how much gameplay we have in store today. I don't really know how much we're going to be doing, but I'm looking forward to the progress we make, looking forward to, you know, learning more about the story and about this character, right? What kind of narrative is this story going to unfold? But yeah, let's go ahead and do it. Confirm. Load file 1. Yes. All right, here we are, chat. Here we are. God, I love this music so much. Dead batteries. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Computer part. Okay, okay. Glass bottle, sure. Anything inside here? Ooh. Heh heh heh. Heh heh heh. Heh. Over. Keck keck keck. Keck keck. 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 Over. Hmm. Bubble wrap. Okay, okay. Ow! What the? What gives? Heh. Well, what do you know? There's a weak point on its head. I can recognize one of those anywhere. Let's try throwing something at it. I'm sure that'll work. That platform there looks like a good place to throw from. Tag me, I got this. Alright, Kel. I believe in you, Kel. Nicely done. Okay. Very pog. Cal apparently has some really good throwing skills, chat. Rubber band. Okay, okay. And, sure. Poetry book. Okay, okay. Kel is digging through trash. Kel finds a rubber band. Nicely done. Ooh, nice. Nicely done. 112 XP, 12 clams. Let's fucking go. Last bottle. Sure, sure. Beautiful. Ooh, 2 of them, huh? Let's see. One of them is sad. Okay. Rude. How dare you attack him? Okay. Fight? Let's see here. Skill. Oh, I don't have enough for stab. God damn it. That hurt. What the fuck? Nicely done. Okay, okay. Seems like we have an ad break, chat, so I'm gonna stop there. Pause the game for a moment in the middle of the fight. I'm going to take a moment to do some stretching, do a little bit of exercise, and yeah, chill a little bit. Oh boy. Oh, that feels good. Yeah, that stretch feels good. Oof. Okay. Yeah, chat. You know, so one of the weird things that I didn't really get to describe to you guys, you know, I didn't really get to tell you guys about this. So, you know, I mentioned that basically when I ordered the items, right, the keyboard and the mouse and whatnot, they split it up into 3 different shipments, you know? And I was looking at the different shipments, right? So one of the shipments, the like the total weight of the package was like, I think almost 4 pounds in size, right? I was like, what the fuck? Like 4 pounds? That's kind of heavy, right? So I was like, okay, maybe that's the keyboard, and then maybe it has some other stuff with it, right? And then like another item that I saw, it was like, I think 1 pound and like 1.7 pounds, almost 2 pounds, right? And I was like, okay, maybe that's the mouse, right? And then I was like, other than the keyboard and the mouse, and you know, whatever other, you know, Genshin themed merchandise stuff that it comes with, you know, I was thinking like, what else is there that could be heavy, you know? And the third package, right, the third one, which I believe has the, you know, it has the cover for the mouse and the cover for the keyboard as well, the free items. I think that package, it was only like 0.7 pounds, right? So it was like less than 1 pound for the package overall. I was like, okay, I guess that makes sense. That's fair enough. But yeah, it's really weird because, you know, I think like, if I'm not mistaken, and maybe this is just, you know, me not having a good understanding of different weight amounts, right? But I remember like today, I had the keyboard delivered to me, right? This box right here that you guys can't see on the webcam. I had the keyboard delivered to me, and I remember I took the box, brought it to my room, you know, and I set it down kind of in the middle of the room, and I set the box down, and you know, I kind of just you know, put it there on the floor, and then I paused for a moment, right, to take a moment and think about what I had just experienced. And I was like, huh, that box did not feel like it was, you know, 4 pounds or whatever, right? It didn't feel like it was that heavy. So I was like, okay, if the box is not, you know, 3 pounds, almost 4 pounds or whatever, then that means that maybe the 3 or 4 pound package that I'm supposed to get has not been delivered yet. And so I'm wondering, like, what the fuck else could there be in the package that would make it so heavy? So yeah, I'm genuinely like curious, trying to figure out like what the fuck is going on. But yeah. That hurt. What the fuck? What the? Hey, how dare you? What the fuck? That's crazy. Crazy, chat. The fuck is that thing, chat? Nope, can't do anything about that. Nope. No, 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 no. Get me out of there, chat. Okay. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ooh, they're sad. Okay, okay. That's really annoying. Nicely done. Nicely done. Okay, nicely done. Ooh, nicely done. Okay. Ow, that hurt. What the fuck? 20 damage, holy shit. Dead. Dead. Nicely done. Hell yeah. Everyone's level 6. Let's fucking go. Starfruit soda. Okay, okay. All right, let's keep going, chat. Let's keep going. They call me Scare Throw. I'm stuck in the ground. Throw things at me and hear a strange sound. Okay. Okay. Wasn't that fun? Come again another day and try again. You can stop now. This is really starting to hurt. Please, stop it. If you don't stop now, I'm going to have to report you to the authorities. Please stop. I'm asking you politely. Stop it. Stop it right now, I say. Words just mean nothing to you, I see. I remember when people used to listen to me. You know, back in high school, everyone used to make fun of me for having no legs. They'd say things like, "Oh look, it's Scarethrow, standing in the same spot like he always does. Let's use him for target practice." Oh ho! Kids are so mean, like really, really horrible. Heh. You're just throwing balls at me. What do I even have to complain about? This is nothing compared to what I used to go through. It always starts small, you know? First, it was rubber bands, then rubber balls. I remember once a kid even threw a desk at me. Yeah, that's right. I took an entire desk head on. I used to tell myself, if I could survive that, I could survive anything. Now see, if I had hands, we could play catch. Here, throw me the ball. I'll try to catch it. Darn. I guess it slipped right through my fingers. Ha ha. Don't worry. I'll get it next time. Oh, I almost had that one. I was really close, did you see? Come on, try it again. Ha ha. Ah, man, good times. Nice. Could it be that I don't have real arms either? I wonder. I wish I could move. I could travel the world, settle down with someone I love, start a family. No, it's dangerous to dream so recklessly. Why must I be stuck here? Am I not allowed to have anything nice? Why is fate so cruel? What did I do wrong? It's not fair. I hate this. Ah, what's this feeling? I think I'm crying. Am I crying? I don't have tear ducts, so I can't tell. Just forget I said any of this, okay? They call me Scarethrow. I am stuck in the ground. Throw things at me and hear a strange sound. Wasn't that fun? Come again another day and try again. Interesting. Okay, okay. So let me see here. Pocket. Toys. Important. I don't think I have anything here, chat, that I can, like, give him. Yeah, can't interact with him at all. Okay. Ow, that hurt. Ooh, nice. Nice. Ooh, what the? Holy moly. Ooh, nice. Ow, that hurt. Nicely done. Okay. Nice. Nicely done, chat. 240 XP, 30 clams. Hell yeah. Ramen. Okay. Toilet ramen. I love it. Rubber band, sure. Donut, okay, okay. Jacks, okay. Andy, yep. Anything over here? Nope, nothing over here, chat. Popcorn? Banana smoothie, sure. Binoculars, okay. Hot dog, okay, okay. Okay, let's see here, chat. Nice. I don't know what this thing is, chat. It's so weird. It's like a black floating hologram. Live jam? Hell yeah. Donut, okay, okay. Nicely done. It's no good. I can't even dent this thing. Hold on a second. This is cheese, isn't it? Whoa, you're right. It is cheese. Okay, guys, hear me out. This might sound crazy, but what if we eat the cheese? If we all start now, we can probably finish this in a couple of hours or so. Just a warning, though. Cheese gets me kind of gassy. Ew, Kel. Hold up, Kel. There's no need for that. I think I may have found the perfect solution. Tag me, Omori. I know just how to handle this. Where the hell did it come from? Hello, friends. It's me, EMS, the humble, hungry hamster. Oh, wow. Is this all for me? What a treat. How did you know that cheese is my favorite? I don't have to guess, EMS. Everything is your favorite. Everyone, this is Emily, the hamster, but I just call her EMS. She's a good friend of mine. You know what to do, EMS. I sure do. Be done in a jiffy. Whoa. How does all that even fit in her body? Beats me. I try not to think about it. That was incredibly satisfying. If you're ever in need of any giant cheese-eating services again, you know who to call. Goodbye, friends. Okay, so Hiro just has a fucking random-ass hamster, magical hamster in his utility belt. Okay, that was weird. How are we supposed to find anything in here? There's just way too much junk. Wait, were we looking for something? Oh. At long last, I finally found it. After countless hours of digging and digging, this one-of-a-kind, ultra-exclusive special mixtape finally belongs to me. Rosa, the #1 sweetheart fan in the world. With this one-of-a-kind addition to my collection, I will finally surpass all those lame posers out there. Wait. Sniff. Oh no. This special mixtape. It smells like doo-doo. Sniff, sniff. Oh no. I smell like doo-doo. Hold on. Did she say she found a special mixtape? That's what we've been looking for. Oh yeah. Yeah. Let's go get it. I can hear everything you're saying, you know. Just as I suspected, owning something so valuable is already getting me into trouble. Oh. What's the matter? Are you jealous? The special mixtape is mine. I'll never give it to you. Not now, not ever. Hey, we didn't come all the way out here for nothing. If you don't give us that special mixtape, we'll have to take it by force. Eek! Such savage behavior. Violence never solved anything, you know. I'm much too refined for this nonsense. Farewell, peons, and see you never. Wait, come back here. Hurry, Omori, after her. We can't let her get away. You'll never catch me, stick legs. Where the hell did she even go, chat? Okay, hold on. We gotta do some detective work here. You got rain cloud, okay. Alright. Baking pan? Snack time. Okay, okay. TV remote? Okay, okay. Ba, 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 ba. Beautiful. Computer part? Okay, okay. Do not cross. Okay. Rosa, we finally caught you. Now give us back that special mixtape. What's with her? Hey, Rosa, can you hear us? Huh? I wonder why she isn't responding. Let's take a closer look. Things are way too quiet, chat. This is bizarre. I don't like this. Let me guess. The TVs are gonna, like, brainwash us or something. Ooh. Some kind of a virus. Okay, okay. Okay. Nice. Okay, okay. This thing is beefy. This thing does have a lot of, HP. Nice. Okay. 48 damage. 66 damage. Nice. 27. We got this, chat. We can do this. 53. Nice. 93. Let's go. Holy shit, chat. That's intense. That's intense. Ooh. 36, not bad, not bad. Nice, okay, okay. Nice, nice. Wow, we still took a lot of damage from that, chat. Oh boy. Come on, Omori. Nice. We might be dead here. Oh boy. There we go, chat. God damn. That was a tough battle. I think, you know, the really annoying thing, chat, that I am not a fan of when it comes to, you know, I mean, it might not be just Omori. I think that there's a very real possibility that this applies to all games that have this type of, you know, turn-based mechanic to it. So Omori has this ability, which is called, I think it's called like Predict, if I'm not mistaken. And it will kind of, I think it shows him, it shows us, the player, who is going to be attacked next, right? The problem is that, like, you know, at the very least with the enemy we just now fought, and maybe it's just because I don't understand the combat system, like I don't understand the mechanics of this game well enough, but I feel like there is no indicator to tell, like, okay, when is the enemy going to attack and when is the enemy just going to sit there doing nothing? You know what I mean? Because there was, like, you know, there's multiple times, multiple turns where the enemy did not do anything. It just sat there and it just, you know, basically was preparing to attack, right? And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, one turn it would be like, okay, the enemy, the opponent decides to do an attack against you. And I feel like there was no indicator of when that would happen, you know? Like, I remember I was looking at the enemy, and the enemy, you know, it was a dialogue box, and on the dialogue box, it said something on there where it said something like, downloading, like, estimated time remaining or something like that. and it said 0 seconds, right? So I was like, oh, okay, 0 seconds. That must mean that the enemy is going to immediately attack next turn, right? 0 seconds left. And I thought, okay, that's like a great way to communicate to the player, like, hey, you are in danger, you are about to be attacked, prepare to be attacked, right? And yeah, like it did not work, because I remember I clicked on the guard button to protect all of my characters, and when I did that, the next turn the enemy did not do anything, just sat there doing absolutely fuck all nothing. So I feel like this game, you know, it is, in my opinion, at moments, it is unnecessarily difficult, where I don't see the reason why it's designed in a certain manner, why it is increased in difficulty, and why it is, you know, trickier to you know, deal with the enemies, right? Like, what exactly is the benefit that the player gets out of that experience? You know, what is it that helps the player? You know, is it that, oh, it teaches the player to do this or do that, or you know, it sort of I guess, like, shows the player how to handle X mechanic in the future, right? Is that the justification? Is that the reason? Because so far, the answer is that no, none of those are correct. None of those are you know, none of those apply to this situation, right? And so I just feel like, basically, in this game, there are moments where the difficulty just randomly spikes the fuck up, and it becomes like a super fucking insanely hard battle to deal with. And then, you know, it just randomly happens out of nowhere, and there's no reason, there's no explanation, there's no justification for it. It just occurs. And then it, like, the next fight that you do will be the easiest fucking thing to ever deal with, and it's over with in like 1 second. And so I just feel like, you know, it's so, like, inconsistent, I feel. And I don't really enjoy that inconsistency. I don't really appreciate it at all. Yeah, that was a really, really, like, at least from my experience, with the very limited knowledge that I have of this game, that battle was very poorly designed. I did not like it. I think that it could have been designed in a much more balanced and fair manner to the player. That's just my take on it. But yeah. What just happened? Who cares? We gotta take back that special mixtape. You took the special mixtape from Rosa. Huh? What in the world? Hey, that's mine, give it back. No way, it's finders keepers. We're putting this back in Space Boyfriend's boombox where it belongs. Space Boyfriend, you say? Oh, you ignorant child. Haven't you heard the latest news? I have a very reputable source who tells me that Space Boyfriend and Sweetheart have long since parted ways. Why do you think this special mixtape is in the junkyard in the first place? It's because Space Boyfriend threw it away himself. Space Boyfriend threw away the special mixtape himself. Uh-oh, that's not good. But if Space Boyfriend and Sweetheart aren't together anymore, how will we ever wake up Space Boyfriend now? The future of the once great coalition of space pirates is depending on us. That sounds like your problem, not mine. Wait just a second. How do we know you're not lying about all this? You could just be trying to get the special mixtape back. Well, never. I may be rude and pretentious, but I'm not a liar. Like, we'd trust you. I think we'll just keep this special mixtape and see for ourselves. Now scram, you ugly plant creature. Go bother someone else. Oh my, so rude. You'll pay for this, stupid boy. Mark my words. Okay. Time to heal up, chat. Time to heal up. That was a absolutely disgusting fight. Ba, 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 ba. Nice. Okay, interesting. We've really done it now, dude. Pluto, come out wherever you are. Alas, I have found art in a most unexpected place. The Madame will surely be pleased. Lovely weather, isn't it? Hold it right there! We finally found you, Pluto. There's no escape. Oh no. My gigantic, well-defined arms and legs are giving out. I can't let it end like this. I need to find a hiding place. Hey, you there. Please, lend me your assistance. Huh? Well, hurry, I don't have much time. You need a place to hide, huh? Aha, I got it. You can rest easy now. I got this all under control. Okay, that should do it. Shoot, they're coming. Quick, everyone, act natural. Dang it, we lost him. Hey, you kids, we're looking for a high-profile and very expensive rogue planet named Pluto. He's a big, circular, grayish guy with huge, bulging muscles. Kind of hard to miss. Have you seen him? No, can't say we have. Really? Well, that's life. Come on, dude, let's keep searching. We'll find him eventually. Okay, sir, the coast is clear. Such quick thinking. I'm impressed. You have my eternal gratitude. What are your names, if I may ask? I'm Hero, and these are my friends Aubrey, Kel, and Omori. I see. Fine names for fine young people. My name is Pluto, and I'm a rogue planet. A vagabond, if you will. I do apologize for causing everyone so much trouble, but I feel that it is not my purpose to act as a mere yard decoration. I want the freedom to roam the sky as I please, like the birds and the stars. If that makes me a rogue planet, then so be it. They can call me what they please so long as I'm free to do as I please. My soul yearns for freedom. You understand, don't you, children? Whoa. Kel, are you crying? Such raw emotion. I'm touched. That was beautiful, Pluto. You said it, Kel. Wait, you too, Aubrey? Now, at long last, I am finally free to follow my lifelong dream of running my own transportation company. I'm gonna call it Pluto's Space Line. This realization has reinvigorated me. And since you have helped me in such a selfless way, I must return the favor. Ahem. I am Pluto of Pluto's Space Line now. Please pretend you have just arrived at a transportation station. Oh, okay. Hello? Pluto? Greetings from Pluto's Space Line. Where would you like to go today, young travelers? Gah. Oh, was that too much? I should try to tone it down. Let's try this again. No, it's okay. We just like to go back to the campsite, please. So you want to go to the other world campsite? Ah, my first request. How exciting. Oh no, here it comes. One ride to Otherworld Campsite coming right up. I won't let you down, young travelers. Leave the rest to me. Is everyone strapped in? Wait, hold on. I'm not ready yet. Greetings and welcome to Pluto's Space Line. Where will your journey take you today? So you want to go to the other world? You got it. Now, just sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. How was that for a smooth ride? Comfortable environment and relaxing music. I'd give it 5 out of 5 stars. Says you. I can't even feel my arms anymore. Kel, I have to say, you did a great job holding on for dear life back there. You have the potential to be very strong. Let me teach you a skill that might be useful in the future. Ahem. Repeat after me. When I flex, I feel my best. Now you try. When I flex, I feel my best. Whoa, that felt amazing. I'm pumped. It could use a little work, but nevertheless. You've definitely got the power within you. Take this lesson and use it well. Farewell, children. Until next time. Cal learned flex. Okay, very nice. Beautiful. A floating mirror. Your friends smile warmly behind you. Hi, I'm Pessy, and as you probably noticed, I love Sweetheart. I got every piece of merchandise she's ever released. I got Sweetheart posters, figures, stickers, shirts, her entire discography, and anything else you can think of. I'm certain you won't find a more thorough collection anywhere else in the world. Calling me a super fan is an understatement. I am the ultimate fan. Let me tell you about the time I almost met Sweetheart. We just happened to be eating at the same restaurant. It was fate, I think. We ordered the same meal too. Not like I totally saw what she ordered and copied her or anything. I even tried to pay for a meal, but I had just bought a newly released Sweetheart life-size statue the day earlier and couldn't afford to. Which I guess ended up being a good thing since that girl turned out to be some regular girl wearing a costume that kind of looked like Sweetheart's anyway. Not like I couldn't tell in the first place. Only a poser fan would ever mistake a regular person for Sweetheart. Sure. That must be the life of a K-pop fan, chat. Here we go again, chat. God, I love this machine. How many cans do we even have? Holy moly. Absolute banger. Alright, chat. We do have ads going on right now, so I'm going to go ahead and pause the game here. I am also actually going to take this opportunity, chat. We have 3 minutes of an ad break. I'm going to actually go and I'm going to heat up some food and grab a little bit of a snack for myself because I am feeling a little bit hungry at the moment. So yeah, let me go ahead and grab some food and I'll be right back. I actually have dun-dun-dun-dun, a McDonald's burger. It's a double cheeseburger. So let me go and warm that up really quickly. Let me do that. And yeah, I will be right back. Why did I say be right back? Well, same thing. Be right back. I will return shortly. Chad, give me a moment. Oh boy. And then while we are waiting, since you know, what's it called? Since I don't want you guys to hear any background noises about like my door or whatever, I'm just gonna go ahead and mute that stuff very temporarily. I have returned, chat. The prodigal son. Um, Okay, let's see here. Let's do it again, chat. Keep recycling. And then since we did have the ad break, let me do some exercise as well. Before I forget. Okay. Oh, there we go, chat. There we go. Easy 5 on each arm. All right. So, got my food in front of me, ready to snack on. And then, yeah, we can keep on recycling. Yeah, let me see here. Pocket. All right. Beautiful. You know what I kind of want to do, chat? I kind of want to take this recycling machine soundtrack and make it as like an alert. I'll probably make it as like a an alert for gift subs. I think that'll be a pretty damn cool alert. I did not expect that, chat. Okay, so 2 different things that I didn't notice though, chat. You can apparently, so number 1, you can fast forward through the recycling song, which, like, why would you ever do that? I accidentally did it just now. But the other thing is, like, I didn't even realize that the recycling machine would give you, like, really valuable items, such as a flashlight. That's pretty damn cool. Pretty damn cool. Like, why would anyone ever want to skip that? I don't know. Hell yeah. All right, chat. I think that's all. I don't think we have anything else left here. Oh, we have one more computer part. Okay, okay. Let's get rid of that one. One last time, chat. One last time. Ooh, okay. Greetings and welcome to Pluto's Spaceline. Where will your journey take you today? Let's go to the vast forest. Vast forest? Yes, please. You got it. Now just sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. Wah ha 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 ha. I really like this transportation system. It's pretty damn dope. Are we going to a different area, chat? Or is this the same place? Oh, this looks like a different area. What the heck is this? I believe in you, Kel. Hog? Spaghetti, hell yeah. Ooh, wait, that's the same black square that we saw, chat. The one that we saw up in the other area. Okay. Oh, hey, Omori. Fancy seeing you all the way up here. The wind here is stronger than it is on the ground. I wonder why that is. Seems like the perfect weather to fly a kite. A boy stares at his kite in deep concentration. Do you want to disturb him? Yes. I'm just a boy with his kite. We may not look like much, but we have an unbeatable bond. It's not something just anyone would understand. We'll show you how strong we are when we work together. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Okay, okay. Wow, 40 damage. That's kind of a lot. That's not something to laugh at. Ooh. Ooh. Nice. Nice. Oh, he repairs the kite. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Nicely done. Wow, okay. That's tough. Oh my god. Holy moly. Damn. That is rough, chat. That is really rough. Game over. Do you want to retry? Absolutely I do. Yes, I do. $40, okay. Insane. $78, nice. Crazy. Crazy, 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 chat. Do you want to retry? No. Yeah, so whenever the like the game over screen appeared, I kind of thought to myself, I was like, oh, are they asking if I want to respawn at the last save point, right? Do you want to like retry basically before the fight happened? And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll retry, right? I'm not gonna like go and start a brand new game or whatever, right? But yeah, I didn't realize that they would like immediately throw you into that fight. Very interesting. Okay. So Lowe's this one. Yep. Okay. Still don't know what the fuck those mirrors are. There's really nothing else up here. Like, we got a letter, I suppose. Like, that's cool. But to be honest, I have no idea. I don't know what were the conditions for getting that letter. Because there was a letter in the other world, like the, whatever it's called. That, like, upper area, right? The ladder that you go up and you go into, like, the other world or whatever. There was a letter that I saw there, but it was grayed out. I couldn't grab it. So, yeah, that was frustrating. I was like, okay, well, I guess I just have to skip that letter and go a different pathway or whatever. Okay. So this is not where I want to be. I need to go all the way back to the playground where is the whatever it's called, the kid who wants the puzzle is located. I don't remember the kid's name, but there is a kid who wants some kind of a puzzle. Apple juice, okay, cool. Is there anything over here? Doesn't seem like it. Interesting. Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't really show me anything. I remember this part. We did not explore this part. Recommend try fighting this maybe in the future or something. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely a very difficult fight. Letter keys are crucial for the future. Yeah. Played a lot of Omori, but it's important, and the letter keys are only things that Omori, the player, can collect. Yeah, remember I did not go on these walkways at all. Oh, there's a ladder over there. Okay, that's interesting. What a spooky place. Boss battle in Otherworld? Probably not. Probably not. That would be my guess. How did this thing manage to, like, basically read every single move that I was going to do and follow me? Like, that was so bizarre. Because I swear, like, I was attempting to walk to the right side, and for some reason my joystick was not, like, listening to me, and so I started walking down, and then it, like, just followed me all the way down, even though... Yeah, even though, like, I wasn't intending to. What the fuck is this? I've never been here before. Popcorn, sure. You know what I hate more than anything else? Bunnies. That's right. Bunnies. I just hate them so much. If I had one wish in the world, I would destroy all of the world's bunnies. Is that because bunnies eat leaves? Hey, you look like you've defeated a few bunnies. Yeah, that's right. I can tell how many bunnies you've defeated just by looking at you. That's how much I hate bunnies. Say, tell you what. Let's make a deal. If you defeat at least 5 bunnies, come back and report to me. I'll give you something nice. Now go on and destroy those bunnies. Interesting. The main thing is that you have to go to Otherworld first. I see. Life Jam, sure, sure. The bunny might be sad. Nicely done. Oh, it changes your emotion. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Nice. Ooh, good hit, good hit. Depressed. Oh, wow. Wow, okay. Interesting. I didn't realize depressed was something that could happen, but that's pretty cool. I don't think going down there is the correct path. Can I go this way, maybe? Nice, okay. Is that a flower puzzle for me? Maybe Neb will finally notice me now. Oh no, I said his name. Please pretend you didn't hear that. Thank you for the flower puzzle. Here's a gift in return. I picked a bunch of them earlier. Aren't they pretty? A daisy from Daisy. Hell yeah. I wonder when I should give this to him. Very cute. Grumble, grumble. Hey Van, come here for me. Huh? Did you want something, Barely? Yeah, stand right here and look that way. Okie dokes. Aubrey, come here. What do you want now, Barely? Aubrey. Aubrey. What's with that sassy tone? Come on, we're best friends. Now, you see that big guy over there? I know who Van is. Great. Go and give him a good whacking for me. What? Why? What if he gets hurt? Always with the questions. Can't you just do something without thinking for once? Go on, smash. I asked for Aubrey, not you. Okay. Okay, there. I did it. Now what? Do it again. Do it until I say stop. Okay, but what am I doing exactly? No questions. Only smash. You're getting somewhere, I think. Come on, you can do it. Stamina, stamina. Huff, huff. How long do I have to keep doing this? Until I say stop. Don't slow down now. Help, my arms feel like noodles. Keep pushing, you're almost there. I think I'm going to pass out. Please, just one more smash. Aubrey gained 50 juice. Nice. What was that all about? Nah, nothing really. I was just bored. But honestly, this is pretty boring too. What? That's all? Hey, at least you got something out of it. I'm still bored here. Grumble, grumble. Come on, Van. Let's play some tetherball. I just don't get barely at all. Neither do I. Neither do I. Hog? Nice. Alright. So now, we need to go all the way down here. Then we go here. Yes. Perfect. Is everyone strapped in? Wait, hold on. I'm not ready yet. Here we go, chat. Alright, here we go. Other world, chat. Other world. Wah ha 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 ha. Very pog. Okay, okay. Down the ladder we go. We should probably save over here at the picnic basket. There we go. Perfect. Awesome. All right. Now we need to go all the way back to the good old headquarters of the Space Pirates. Well, I'll be. You kids really did it. It's a little dirty, but that's our missing special mixtape for sure. Thanks a lot, my guy. With this, we'll finally be able to wake up Space Boyfriend. Kel reached into your pocket and took out the special mixtape. Actually, about that, we might have some bad news. We heard a rumor that Space Boyfriend and Sweetheart, well, that they broke up. What? Did they really? For real this time? Oh no. But that would mean that there's no point in playing him the special mixtape anymore. All hope is lost. Hey, Space Boyfriend, we got your special mixtape back. You can at least thank us. Oh, don't be so down, Space Pirate Guy. It's just a rumor. And even if it is true, it's not the end of the world. People get over breakups all the time. I'm sure Space Boyfriend will be back on his feet soon. He just needs some time to readjust. Oh, I know. I'll blast this special mixtape on his boombox. He's got to wake up to that. In that case, we should probably get rid of that special mixtape after all. Listening to the songs might be way too emotional for him. Give it here, Omori. I'll keep it safe. Hero, reach into your pocket. Huh? Where is it? Kel, what are you doing? No! Wakey, wakey, space boyfriend. Uh-oh. I've got a bad feeling about this. What is that? Infernal racket. Darn it, Kel, look what you did. Fear me, for I have awakened. 1 second. Much better. Now where was I? Ah, yes. Foolish children. I must thank you for bringing me out of this pathetic state. I grew tired of lying in bed pretending to be sick. Like I always say, feelings are for losers. That wench, sweetheart. She's going to pay for leaving me. I did everything for her. I gave everything to her. Everything, you hear me? That ungrateful little... Just forget it. Forget everything. I'm gonna find sweetheart, and I'm gonna make her pay. Sorry, but we can't let you do that, space boyfriend. Or should I say, space ex-boyfriend. Interesting. You want to challenge me? Do you even know who I am? I am captain of the space pirates. I control all the planets in the solar system and have the ability to fly through space at will. The power of the entire universe is at my command. Blah, blah, blah. Talk all you want. We're not scared of you. If you plan on going around and causing trouble, you're going to have to get through us first. So that's how it's going to be. If you still insist on stopping me, I'm afraid we'll just have to settle this the hard way. I'll take all of you on. Fight me, earthly scum. Okay. I mean, for a young teenager, he's not bad looking. Okay, okay. Sing sadly. Ooh. Nicely done. Nicely done. Okay, okay. Depressed. Ooh. 63. Not bad, not bad. 53. Not bad, not bad. 21. Okay, okay. Ooh, that hurt. Okay, okay. Miserable. Wow, okay. Wait, why can't I use headbutt? That's kind of weird. Okay, okay. Ow, that hurt. $58. Nice, nice. Okay, okay, not bad. Ooh, I don't have enough. I need 13. Let's see here. Angry. I think angry is... Isn't it, like, super effective against sad? I think so. Ooh, okay, that was not good. Became angry. Oh, interesting. Okay. That hurt. Not bad, not bad. Holy moly. Okay. Ooh, okay. 38, not bad, not bad. Ooh, yikes. Ow, okay, that hurt. Okay, nice. Gah, how are you still moving? I won't let you defeat me. Became enraged. Okay. Okay. Ooh, wow. That was painful. Whiffed. Wow, okay. All right. Yeah, we're dead here, chat. Okay. Nicely done. Okay. Nice. I missed. Oh my god. How dare you? Man, only 24. That's not good. Yep. We're dead. Game over. We'll retry that. Okay. All right. All right. Eight damage. Okay. My god, Aubrey is taking so much damage. 56, nice. Okay. All right. Wow, holy shit. Okay. Oh, I can't stab anymore, damn it. Okay. Okay. All right, all right. Nicely done. That attack, man. Why is that attack so fucking strong? Yep. Oh boy. Yep, there we go, chat. Okay. Yeah, this one's really tough, chat. This one is a really tough battle. I feel like, you know, so one thing that I'm not really like familiar with this game, right? In terms of the mechanics, and I also feel like you know, the way that the system is designed, it does not feel very balanced, in my opinion. And I don't know, maybe this is just because of the fact that, you know, I'm currently, my characters are level 6, level 7, and maybe that's potentially way too low to fight this boss. Maybe this boss, requires a super duper high level, right? The one thing that I feel like is really just like crappy in terms of the combat, in terms of the fighting, is that I feel as if, so number one, I kind of mentioned this before with the previous fight that we did. There is no indicator of when the enemy is going to attack. You can't really like predict it, right? So that's a really big problem. And then I think on top of that, the other thing is that all of your characters have this like guard ability that you can use. However, the problem with the guard ability is that, like you see here that it reduces damage taken for 1 turn. It's like, okay, cool. Reduces damage. Sure, I guess, right? The big problem with, this guard ability is that the amount of damage reduction you get is very, very, very minimal. It is not a substantial amount of reduction. And, if let's say, hypothetically, that there's an enemy who has an attack which deals like 30 damage, right? If you use the guard, then I think that, attack will do maybe like, I think 20 damage or something like that, right? And this is just, from my experience so far, playing the game and being level 6, level 7 right now, doing 20 damage to my characters, all of them, is a substantial amount of damage. That is way too overpowered, in my opinion. I feel like that is not balanced. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe the idea is that you're supposed to play this game and go and like fight a bunch of enemies and like, level up your characters and basically overpower the bosses, overpower the, super strong enemies in this game, right? Maybe that's the way to experience Omori. I just don't feel like it is a very, very natural, method of playing the game. I don't feel like that is, something that a lot of people out there expect and that they appreciate about a game like this. I don't know. That's just my take on it so far. Apologies, chat. Wanted to take this ad break moment to finish up the food that I warmed up earlier, because I didn't want it to get cold again, But yeah, I think like based off of our current, characters, where we're at right now in terms of level and everything, I don't feel like this boss fight is beatable. I don't think so. This feels like a boss where we would need to, go fight random enemies out in the open world, level up a shit ton, and then come back, Okay. Hmm. I actually have no idea if, okay. Never mind. I was not sure if we could, like, be brought over to where the junkyard is. Nothing over here? Okay. That hurt. Nicely done. Nicely done. Ooh, nicely done. $51, hell yeah. Easy peasy. Not a lot of XP though, unfortunately. I actually don't know if we've ever explored around here, chat. Oh god. Nice. Okay, not bad, not bad. Ooh, nice. Easy peasy. Interesting, okay. Nice. Okay. 33, nice. 67, nice. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Ooh, 70. Very nice. Not too shabby. I'm pooped after that rigorous hike. I just know I won't be able to feel my legs tomorrow. During our hike just now, I noticed a face indented into a cliff. I wonder what that's all about. Interesting. The stars sure are pretty, huh? I can really lose myself staring into the sky like this. Back on my planet, you could hardly see any stars. When I grow up, I want to be a space captain. Then I'll be able to have this view all the time. Oh shoot, how long have I been here? Mom and Dad are probably super worried about me. I better head home quick. Okay. A cool duffel bag. Nice. This is some banger music, chat. Exclamation mark, let's fucking go. Okay. We'll let him jam out by himself, chat. Oh, wait a second. Hold on, chat. There's some cones down here. How dare you obstruct my view? You got blanket. Okay, okay. I swear to God, chat, they better give me some kind of achievement for this. Hey, what's the big deal? I went through all this trouble to isolate myself from society, and then you show up and ruin everything. You better fix this right now. Pretty interesting. I like that. That's kind of funny. Okay, not bad, not bad. 62, nice. Ooh, wow, that was a lot of damage. Okay. Ooh, okay. There we go, chat. Nicely done. Lomi. Lomi Loam. Lomi Loam. Is Lomi. Okay. Nicely done. 65. Okay. Nicely done. 25. Ooh. Miss. Ooh, okay. 40. Nicely done. Life Jam, okay. Pretty Pog. Message in a bottle. Do you want to read it? Yes. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's... You completed the message and threw the bottle back into the lake. I have no idea if we actually did anything there, chat. Wait, there's no way we can go in the water, right? Yeah, there's no way. Okay. Ooh, it's happy. Okay. $51. Nice. Okay. Nicely done. Okay. Ooh. Nicely done. Beautiful. Hell yeah, chat, we did it. Level 7, Pog. Ooh, okay. Very interesting. You want to go fishing with your friends? Yes, we do. You hooked up a vending machine, Pog. Kind of funny. All right, all right. Shaved ice. That sounds good, chat. That sounds really good. Why is there a floating hat here, chat? Snow cone machine. Snow cone tickets. Ah. I am Jash of many talents and master of many trades. How can I help you? Bye. Ooh, okay. 5,000. That is expensive. Hello, Mr. Ghost. How do you do? Life Jam, Pog. Cold soup, but why? Old lantern. Refrigerator, but why? Plastic fish mounted on the wall. It needs batteries. Interesting. Cooler full of ice, but why? A hole in the ice for convenient fishing. Very interesting, chat. Very interesting indeed. Hey, Omori. Isn't this place pretty? The snow comes down so slowly, but all the pieces seem to fall right into place in the end. It reminds me to be patient. Hey, I know. We should go ice skating one day. Doesn't that sound fun, Omori? Ice skating does sound very fun, chat. Just waiting for the next big catch. Okay. Very interesting, chat. Very, very interesting indeed. Is there anywhere else that we can explore over here? Okay. Ooh, nice. 93. Okay. Wow, that was very easy. Very quick. Two of them. Okay. All right, all right. Wow. Okay. Nice. Nice. Wow, okay, that hurt. Get bonked. Beautiful. $56, let's fucking go. Easy peasy. Level 8, level 7, Pog. Okay, let me grab this watermelon here. Fries. Hell yeah. Would you like to moonwalk? Yes. That's pretty sick. Or moonwalking, chat. Gaming. Hell yeah. All right, what's this? What's the password? No password, no entry. Interesting. Okay, okay. A shiny telescope. Do you want to check the view? Yes, we do. Okay, alright, alright. Nicely done. Wow. Okay, one down. Nice. Dead and dusted. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Some kind of like a forest area. A lonely crow picks at the dirt. Doesn't seem to notice you. Okay. Interesting. Wow, there's so many of them, chat. Ooh, nice. Nicely done. Nice hit. 100 XP, very nice. Ooh, level 8. Learn Charm, okay. There's a house all over here, okay. The door is locked. Ooh, interesting. Nice. All of them are gone. Wow. Hell is really, really good for these mob enemies. I really, really appreciate his skills. Got a can. Wow, miss, you sure are tall. Thank you, little one. It's more of a hassle most of the time, but I do get a better view of the stars. What? Being tall isn't a hassle. Everything is better when you're tall. One day I'm gonna be as tall as you. Yeah, sure, Kel. Keep dreaming. Starfruit soda, Pog. S'mores, okay, okay. Nice. Ow, that hurt. Oh, he feels angry. Interesting. Okay. Nice hit. Good job. Nice hit. Good job. Good job. Hell yeah. 90 XP. Let's fucking go, baby. Lonely Crow picks at the dirt. Doesn't seem to notice you. Interesting. Okay. Ah, stranger. Thank you for having the time to talk with me. I apologize, but I'm afraid I must burden you with a task I cannot complete with my own capabilities. Quite recently and suddenly, a rogue planet burst across the sky at an alarmingly fast pace. My 3 dearest friends panicked and flew off in separate directions. My 3 friends are crows, you see, and are not the most friendly nor welcoming of creatures. I'm a bit wary to ask such an immense favor from a complete stranger, but there aren't many who pass through these fields. If I may ask, would you be willing to help me find my dear friends? Yes. Oh, thank you, stranger. Words cannot begin to express what this means to me. Now I shall await their return patiently, for as you can see, without them I am just a stick in the mud. Okay. So if I go back here and try interacting with the bird, will it do anything, chat? Will it do anything at all? The crow doesn't want to talk to you. Perhaps if you were someone more charming. You got this, hero. Hey, buddy. You want me to take you back to your friend, Mr. Scarecrow? Yes, yes, yes. Where's my friend? Take me to him. Hell yeah. Okay, so we go over here. Oh, thank you, stranger. Words still cannot express what this means to me. Now I shall wait for others to return, for you can see, without them, I am just a stick in the mud. Alright, so now we have to go all the way back this way. And we have to sneak around here. Because I definitely do not want to, you know, definitely do not want to deal with that enemy. Okay, was it over here or was it to the left? Okay, yeah, it's wrong way, okay. Do. We got this, chat. Hello, second crow. Hey there, little guy. Your friend Mr. Scarecrow really misses you, you know? I can help you find him if you'd like. Caw caw. Caw caw indeed, chat. Caw caw indeed. Please do, if it's not too much of a bother. I miss him too. Nicely done. Okay, that is 2 out of the 3 birds, chat. 2 out of the 3 completed. Wow, 3 of them missed. Okay, okay. Nice. Nice, okay. Good job, good job. Found orange juice. I like it. I like it. Okay. What the heck? How dare you? My God. Ow, that hurt. Nicely done, everyone. We're to level 8. Let's go, baby. Isn't the sky beautiful? It's nice to know there are so many others out there who share the same view. Okay. Rude. Okay. Nicely done. Hit him. Yeah, buddy. Nicely done. Wham and slam, chat. 144 XP, let's fucking go. Mango smoothie. Hell yeah. Shoot. I know I left my donut somewhere around here. Why did the Scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field. It's always good to have some jokes on hand. If only you had a joke book to write them down in. True, how true, chat. Nice. That hurt. Easy peasy. Level 8, hell yeah. Can't do anything here, chat. Tentacle is, not something we can deal with. Let's see here. Greetings, my feathered friend. Would you like to return to Mr. Scarecrow? He can't wait to be with you again. Ah, yes, that would be immensely desirable. Alright, let's see here, chat. Beautiful. Easy peasy. One shot, chat. Just like that, baby. Just like that. My friends, they all have returned. I cannot thank you enough for your help. Now it is time for me to take my leave. Goodbye, kind stranger. I hope we will meet again one day. Okay. I can see now why he wanted his 3 friends. A 5-leaf clover. I like that, chat. It's pretty pog. Alright, what the heck is over here? Aubrey's butt certificate. So majestic, so beautiful. You love to see it, chat. You love to see it. Nice. Okay. Hey there, handsome. Or maybe you prefer what's cooking, good looking. So, do you need me to help you with anything? All it costs is your love. Interesting. Not just yet. Let's go ahead and eat some food. Go ahead and heal up. Absolutely beautiful. Now we can do it. Yes. Hell yeah. Okay. So one thing that I am curious about, chat. Let me see if we can explore this pathway. There was a ladder, I think, all the way at the end over here. Nicely done. That hurt. What the heck? Beautiful. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Sure. Nicely done. Ooh, level 9. Okay. Miss. Ooh. Nicely done. Miss again. Wow. Easy peasy. So we go all the way up here, chat. What is this place, chat? This is very interesting. Lots of cardboard, okay. We sprout moles are highly intelligent creatures. Okay, let me pause the game here, chat. Looks like we have ads going on right now. Go ahead and use this time to do some stretching, some exercising. You guys know the drill. Oh boy. Yeah, I feel like what we probably just need to do, chat, is kind of walk around, explore, and then just, you know, any sort of like enemy that is not overpowered, that we can kind of like just kill them pretty easily and get XP from them. I think it's probably a smart idea to go ahead and farm them, you know, get some valuable level up experience, if possible. And then, yeah, we can get to a point where it's, you know, much easier for us to take on the space pirate guy, the boyfriend guy. Oh boy. Okay. Alright. Oof, that felt good. Let's do some exercise, shall we, chat? Okay. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And swap arms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh boy. Woof. Alright. Good workout, chat. I'm proud of you all. You did a fantastic job. Absolutely obliterating those dumbbell lifts. Could not be more proud than I currently am. Alright, let me go ahead and hydrate as well. Need to make sure that we are intaking H2O, keeping ourselves healthy. And yeah. I'm trying to remember, chat. There was something that I was talking about during the previous live stream, or sorry, not previous live stream, previous ad break, and I completely forgot about what it is that I was discussing with you guys. I think it was something to do with was it something to do with the stuff that I purchased? Was it? I actually don't remember. I feel like I have dementia right now, chat. I feel like I basically have lost all my memories. Holy Jesus Christ. I haven't experienced a moment like this in a long time. Oh man. Oh man, chat. Alright. Seems like we're back from ads. We can jump back into the game. Let's go ahead and check out this area. Most horse, first place. Very nice trophy. Life jam, okay. Computer part, okay. Very big TV. Very big sofa chair. Oh, hi, hero. I almost didn't recognize you. It's just so dark in this cave. I've always wanted to thank you for the time that you fulfilled my request of escorting me through very dangerous terrain. Here, take this. Butt peach soda. Thank you. Go forth, hero. Be the deliverer you were always meant to be. I don't know if I should be happy about that, chat, but I'll take it. Strange table set, okay. Strange 4 lamp, yep. Cardboard. Greetings, traveler. Welcome to my home. It is humble and small, but it is mine. The sprout mole is super glued to the wall. Dead batteries, okay. Dirty laundry. Strange floor lamp. Pan. Many sprout moles used to inhabit this place, but a lot of them moved away to merge with a bigger colony somewhere in a big forest. It was a risky move, so some of us stayed behind. My brother left with the rest of the sprout moles. Do you think he still remembers me? Probably not. Strange cabinet, sure, sure. Okay, okay. Very interesting, Chad, very interesting. Nicely done. Ooh, good. We missed on Kel. Good job, good job. Hell yeah. Good shit, chat. Okay, so we need to go all the way over here. Nice. Easy money. We're gaming, chat. We're gaming. Everyone is increasing their HP, their level and everything. Okay. Nice. Good hit. Good hit. Nicely done. Beautiful. 96 damage. Let's fucking go. Did we actually end up going up here already? Did we already explore this area? Seems like we did. Beautiful. I think they all should be dead now, chat. Easy money. Okay. So we already explored this area. Okay. Beautiful. Go ahead and save the game. Hey, it's you. Thank you for finding Ducky Jr. Can you stop running off, you little rascal? We're supposed to be on vacation. Give your old man some time to relax. Okay. Sorry, Dad. Thank you, travelers. My son said he wanted to give you something as a token of our thanks. Give them the gift, Ducky. Here you go. You got a dandelion. Ooh, nice. That's my boy. The next time you want to go outside, you'd better let us know first, okay? You wouldn't want to make Mom worry again, would you? No. Great. That means we can finally spend some quality family time together. Now go to your room. Now go to your mom. Very pog chat. Good shit, good shit. I love this machine chat. It's so good. Accidentally skipped it just now. My bad, chat, my bad. There we go. Hell yeah. You know what I should do, chat? Let me look up very quickly. I want to look up the kind of like background songs. Yeah, I want to look up like the sort of like OST stuff. And hopefully we'll see here if we can find the OST for good old recycling machine. Yeah, let's take a look. If I click search. Wait, what? It's not found? Really? I mean, that is the correct one, chat. So I suppose I can download it, but the thing that, you know, that is kind of a little bit, you know, a little bit strange about this one is that this one kind of has a little bit of a slightly slower pace, and on top of that, you know, I feel like basically this one, if you were to like take a look at the length of the audio file, it's 1 minute and 14 seconds. Yeah, so it's 1 minute and 14 seconds long, which I don't feel like that is the correct whatever it's called, correct, you know, background song or background noise. So, let me see here. Um, is there really no other? What about this one? Yeah, there we go. That's the one. That's exactly the one that I wanted. Yeah. So let me download this one. We're gonna click download. Quiet. And then save. Then we're gonna click Omori recycling. There we go. Perfect. And so I saved the MP3 file. Perfect. Absolutely perfect, chat. Good shit, good shit. Okay, okay. So, I'm gonna open that back up, that's fine. And then, let's see here. Boom, OBS. Boom, that. And then here we go. Hardboard. Okay. Very nice, chat. Okay. You know what I kind of want to do? Let me go down here, chat. Let me talk to Mary a little bit. All right, you finally got the special mixtape. Now all you have to do is return it to Space Boyfriend. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, okay. Hmm. Miss. Wow, okay. 33, sure. 55, okay. Nicely done. Okay. Easy peasy. Ooh, okay, okay. Hmm. That hurt. Okay. 109. Very nice. That hurt. Okay. Huh. Wow, that missed. Okay, okay. Nice. Easy money. Beautiful. 326. Wow. That is a lot of, that's a lot of XP. I like that, chat. I like that. Okay. All right, all right. 73. Ooh, one shot. Okay, nicely done. Holy moly. Nicely done. Okay. Easy money. There we go, chat. There we go. 236 XP. That's a solid amount. Chocolate. Okay, okay. Did we already go here? I don't remember if we did, chat. Nice hit. Ooh, good hit, good hit. Nicely done. Oof, 91. Holy moly. I think Aubrey is by far my favorite. Ooh, level 10. Okay, okay. Very nice, chat. Beautiful. Hell yeah. Alright, let's see here. Level 10, level 9, level 9, level 9. I feel like I need to continue leveling up more, chat. I feel like this is not not enough to you know, easily kill the space boyfriend guy. Okay. All right. Cool. Awesome. Okay. There we go, chat. Chat, my beautiful, lovely chat. As you may be able to guess, we have reached the end of today's live stream. We did a solid 6 hours. I will admit that the first, like, I think hour and a half or 2 hours, I did spend kind of chatting with you guys and just catching up. I mean, to be fair, I had quite a few things to share, quite a few things to, you know, just basically talk about and give you guys the sort of announcements, right? So yeah, we did a little bit of talking today, and then we did a little bit of gameplay. I would say at least maybe like 3.5 to 4 hours of Omori today, and I'm quite happy with that. We didn't really make any, like, you know, super duper major big progress with our, you know, kind of exploration of the world and everything. You know, I think that it would have been really cool if we could have beaten the space boyfriend boss today, but unfortunately that was not meant to be, right? That was not you know, in our future for today's stream. With that being said, though, I am very excited for day 3. I'm looking forward to the next time that I get to go live and I get to stream Omori. So today was, you know, previously, it was Friday, and I am going to be streaming on Saturday. I'm going to be streaming in less than 24 hours from now. Very likely we will continue to do Omori. It'll be day 3, and we will see if we can make any good progression in the game. But yeah, I don't really know if there's any other stream activities that I can think of that we can do. You know, obviously I think that I would be more than happy to play something that we are more familiar with, more comfortable with, like Elden Ring or you know, Sekiro or something else that I normally enjoy. But going through Omori is something that I want to challenge myself to do. You know, I want to basically commit to this game and try to get to the very, very end of it all, right? If possible. Yeah. I will say, I did enjoy today's stream. I had a fun time. There were some, you know, slight frustrations, slight, like, criticisms that I do have about, you know, the combat mechanics, the system that this game uses. But overall, I still am very thoroughly enjoying our adventure, you know, and I will say that, like, while it is very tough to play this game and not really have a clear idea of what you need to do, what you should do, it is a little bit refreshing to, you know, try and explore, try and learn everything that we can without looking things up, without, you know, immediately finding the answer online, right? So yeah. I'm thoroughly enjoying this game, and I mean, no matter what, even if I dislike the combat in this game, the music is absolutely just like it's an orchestra. It's beautiful, right? The visuals, very stunning, very beautiful. I don't think that these are visuals or you know, aesthetics that I would ever come to hate, come to dislike. But yeah, no, everything about this game is just so captivating. You know, going through it as a first time player, you know. But yeah. Moving on to day 3 during the next stream is gonna be definitely something pretty damn cool that I'm looking forward to. Yeah. So I will see you guys, chat, in less than 24 hours from now. Let me go check on Twitch to see if there is anybody streaming right now that I can raid. Let me see here. Twitch, if you will, please and thank you, open up. Interesting, interesting. Okay. All right. I see 3 different options. To be honest, chat, I think one of these options is slightly more tempting than the others. But there are basically like 3 different streamers that are online that I could raid over to. Let me see here. Let me see here. We've got one streamer who is playing Dead Cells, another streamer who is playing TCG Card Shop Simulator, which I personally do not really care about those types of games. Those games are, I don't know, simulator games to me have never ever been my definition of fun, but other people seem to love them. And we have a third streamer who is doing co-working and studying. Co-working and studying, huh? Okay, okay. Let's see. I'm actually very curious to see, like, how does this particular, like, game or whatever it's called, this particular program, how does it work? Forming numbers in Japanese.
Numbers are confusing me.
Oh, sanbyaku. Yeah, sanbyaku. We have. Oh, rokbyaku. Yeah, I remember that. Yep. Apyaku. Yep. I remember that. Yeah, all of this stuff here, that I'm seeing on his stream, it is, all of this stuff is like things that I learned in Japanese whenever I was taking the classes, at my college.
I need 850,700. So, oh god, it's gonna be so long.
You know, chat, this background music of this streamer, I feel like it's so familiar. It must be like I don't know, maybe it's like Dead Cells music or something that I'm thinking of, but it's like a remixed version of it or something. Hmm. Okay, let me see what this streamer is doing here. Oh, it seems like they're doing Dead Cells speed runs. I see.
Did we have anything planned other? I mean, I'm going outside, but like I'm not really going outside on New Year because I'm going to another house and staying inside there.
Yeah, so chat, for anyone who does not know who this is, that kind of voice in the background, this is a small streamer, someone that I actually am quite familiar with because he, you know, every once in a while, very, very rarely, but every once in a while, occasionally, he will end up, visiting my stream and saying hello. His name is B-Ben, I think is his username on Twitch. It's like B-Ben Bren. Yeah, B-Ben Bren. B-Ben Bren. And I usually just refer to him as B-Ben. He's a pretty chill dude, pretty awesome guy. And I think that he first discovered my channel from Shockphobia, I think. But yeah. So he's currently playing Dead Cells at the moment. It seems like he's doing like speedrun stuff where he's trying to go through the game and trying to be as fast as possible. Um, so yeah, I don't know. We could raid over and we could watch some Dead Cells, or we could, say hello to the other streamer who's doing like some Japanese practice right now. Hmm. Interesting, chat. I think what I'll do, since usually viewers on Twitch, they like to see things that are a little bit more, action packed, a little bit more exciting and entertaining. I think I'll send you guys over to B-Ben and say hello, and then I might go and say hello to the other streamer, to Sarge, who is doing some Japanese practice. But yeah, let me go ahead. So I'm gonna do shout out B Ben Bren. Perfect. That's who we're going to be raiding today. And I'm going to do sub raid. I'm going to do raid. And then I'm going to do that. B Ben Bren. Perfect. And then let me pull up my outro song as well, chat. Where is my outro song? Chat, I don't know if you've ever experienced this. This is something very very bizarre that I think like it's very rare to happen to me, but it does happen every once in a while. And in my opinion, it is something that I find to be very frustrating, very annoying. There are some days, right, where I will, I'll wake up and everything will be fine. I'll be happy and there will be no problems whatsoever. And then like I might go and eat some food, right? Maybe a snack, maybe a meal. I'll eat something. And as I'm eating, I notice that like inside my mouth, there's like a bump, right? There's like this, it's like that experience of like accidentally biting the bottom of your lip or something like that, right? Accidentally biting the inside of your mouth and having like a little bit of a sore spot, right? And there'll be this like random bump that is very sensitive, and every time that it happens, I kind of stop and I think, I'm like, did I bite myself? Like, what happened? Why is there a bump there? And as I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, man, I do not remember biting the inside of my mouth. I don't remember hurting myself. I like, there was never a moment in the past several days, the past week or whatever, that I, injured the inside of my mouth at all, right? There was no moment of pain that happened. It was just like this mysterious bump, this mysterious sore spot just appeared in my mouth. And yeah, I don't know. It happens, and then after a certain period of time, it kind of just disappears and everything goes back to normal. So I don't really know why that happens. I don't know why that is, a thing that exists. It's very bizarre, very strange. But yeah, I kind of have that right now where it's not really like a bump or anything like that, but there's a spot in my mouth where I kind of feel like, man, if I were to accidentally accidentally hurt myself and bite like my mouth somewhere, it feels like that spot is like it's highlighted, right? It's got this beacon of like, hey, this spot right here, if you accidentally bite yourself, it's gonna hurt, right? And yeah, it's so strange, so bizarre. Yeah. Anyways, chat, with that being said, random note, random topic over. Let's go ahead and say farewell and go ahead and get the raid going after we do the outro. So yeah, let me see. I'm gonna grab our adorable, wonderful little mascots over here. Hello, you. Okie dokie. Please don't fall over and crash into everything. That would be great. Thank you. Hello, you. Oh boy, look at these two chunky fellas. Yeah. Chat, my beautiful, lovely chat. It is time for me to say farewell for the night. And yeah, I want to thank you guys so much for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed the short Omori gameplay, and hopefully you will get to enjoy the rest of the Omori live streams in the future as well. Yeah, as I always love to say at the end of my streams, thank you guys so much to everyone out there, whether you were watching the stream, you currently are watching the stream, or you will be watching the VOD in the future. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are the best. I hope you guys had a wonderful, magnificent, lovely holiday week, holiday month, everything, right? Hopefully you guys had a fantastic, conclusion to 2025, right? We're getting closer. I think we're about, what is it, like 5 or 6 days away from December 31st and January 1st. So getting closer, chat, getting closer. Yeah. I hope you guys are enjoying the rest of the year. I will be back in less than 24 hours from now. And one thing that I did want to kind of quickly share with you guys is that maybe not Saturday, but maybe on Sunday, one of these days I will do a live stream. And during the live stream, either at the beginning or at some point during the live stream, I will kind of go over my stream recap, right? For both like me as a viewer on Twitch and then me as a streamer on Twitch. I'll go over my Twitch recap with you guys and kind of showcase, what kind of random wacky numbers, random wacky measurements that they gathered for the Twitch recap. And we'll get to explore all of it together on stream. But yeah, for now, we will continue enjoying gameplay, continue enjoying Omori, and yeah, hopefully we will make some good progress in the future live streams. But for tonight, that's where we end things off, chat. That's where we say good night and farewell to all of you out there. Much love, and yeah, I'll see you guys very, very, very soon. As always, please, everyone out there, stay safe, stay happy, stay healthy, eat lots of yummy, delicious food. Make sure you guys drink plenty of water. Always, always, always stay hydrated. Bottom line, take care of yourselves. Stay comfy, stay cozy, and I will catch you guys on Saturday for a brand new live stream. Stay tuned. Yeah, for now, good night, chat. I'm going to swap over to the ending screen, and then I'll start the outro song here. So, yeah, that's it. All right. Good night, chat. Love you all. You are the best. Bye-bye.